at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
RV.
You go travel,
and I'd go travel a little bit.
Good for you.
That's what I would do.
You just want to go to Indiana.
I do. You know what?
Take the Prevost right to Warsaw. Is that what you're saying?
Travel Indiana.
Hold on. I call Larry Plummer up and say, Larry, I don't care what it costs. I'll send you.
It's your turn to get in the closet.
No.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. Monday, May 12th, 2025. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. The second highest fined radio personality in the history of terrestrial radio. That's why we're predominantly all digital now. Lummy, the executive producer. Say hi, Lummy.
Good morning.
Hi. Dr. Dan Diaco, a doctor and a lawyer.
Good morning.
And he's going through a new phase of his life that we'll keep off the air. Seth Kushner, who is a unbelievable father. He will be missing the after show today so that he can so that he can attend his daughter's end of the year swimming at school finale mixer extravaganza.
Yeah, they go swimming at the end of the year every day this week, so I offered to be a chaperone.
That's pretty cool. Does the school got a pool?
No, they walk over, which is where I will come in. They walk over to the pool, which is kind of right down the block.
Making sure they get their bathing suits?
They come in their bathing suits, yeah.
Oh, so they wear their bathing suits underneath their clothes?
Yeah.
And then is it the last thing of the day that they do?
No, it's it's right off the bat.
So
wet all day.
So do they have to go to the bathrooms then and dry off and put their clothes back on?
Yeah, they gotta.
Okay.
Yeah, they gotta bring a change of clothes and everything like that.
Oh, okay.
It's a whole thing though. At the end of the year, I mean,
we never got to do cool stuff like that.
Yeah, no kidding.
I just thought in high school, after you take your test, you kind of just get to coast. Elementary school, man, they take about the last month off of the year. It's nothing but parties, fundraisers,
Hell
swimming in
yeah.
the pool, field days.
I'm gonna tell you right now, in all of my schooling, we never got to, as we are wrapping up the year, got to go swimming because that would have been cool as hell. Well, not maybe for some of us chubby guys, it might not have been Lummy. All the good-looking, like all the Dan Diacos that weren't afraid to take their shirts off and stuff.
Dude, it's second grade, Bubba. This isn't spring break.
I still
with
have
the sophomores.
I mean, exactly.
I still was probably a little chubby in second grade.
Sure, but kids don't.
No, I don't think I was. I don't think I started getting chubby until about 5th grade.
What happened then?
I don't know. I started playing football and thought I had to be a little bigger. I don't know.
Puberty?
What's that?
Puberty?
Maybe puberty, maybe bigger. I don't know.
He got back on gluten, I think, in 5th grade, and that's when it happened. Yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing. You know, my mom. You know, a lot of a child's health probably has to do with how they're raised with regards to what their mom feeds them. When we're kids. You only ate what if your mom had some snacks or something like that, but we were kind of poor, so we really didn't have a lot of snacks. So we only ate what our mom gave us and then school lunch. So we're Midwestern, and Midwestern's literally, I know this sounds kind of stereotypical, but we're meat and potatoes. Meat, potatoes, spaghetti. It all kind of determined on what time of the year it was. Like in the summertime.
Oh, you were seasonally eating?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because in the summertime, your mom and dad, everybody had a grill. So that way, hamburgers, hot dogs, pork chops, dad would get a steak and we'd get hamburger. But you couldn't really fire that up efficiently in the wintertime because you're going outside, and at 5 degrees trying to cook a steak. Whereas in the wintertime, you'd have more indoor stuff, like stuff that, needed to be baked in the oven or made on the stove. Whereas in the summertime, you would have more things on the grill. So I think we probably ate healthier in the summertime because it seemed like, I think grilled things are, my mom made, oh my God, like her meatloaf and scalloped potatoes and upside down chili cake.
Yeah, that sounds healthy.
Yeah, none of that's healthy. I mean, back when I was growing up, there was no
upside down chili cake. Jesus.
Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Oh, listen to this.
If it didn't have preservatives back in the day, Bubba wasn't eating it.
No, here's
upside down chili cake.
I'm processed.
Hold on.
I'm processed or nothing.
Upside down chili cake was one of my favorites, and she made chili. Okay, Dan. Mm-hmm. So you make chili,
right,
and then you get a casserole pan, and you lay the entire bottom part, the entire layer, first layer of the casserole pan is chili. Mm-hmm. Then you bake sweet cornbread on top of that.
Oh, yummy.
And then when you cut it up in cubes and
This sounds like some autistic lasagna that she was making.
No, I don't know. It was awesome. So, but there was no carb counting or
no. We didn't count carbs.
No.
My kids were like, "This has 17 grams of sugar." I'm like, "So?"
Yeah, we weren't counting
60 calories of sugar.
And then when as I started getting into like maybe middle school and freshman high and things like that, and started getting into athletics, we didn't protein load or we didn't have any creatine or any we didn't have any of that stuff. DHEA.
Bubba, what are you doing with your diet right now? Because I saw Merch Crick came in and brought you your yogurts and everything. But then on Friday you were getting down on the donuts that Gene brought.
Friday's my cheat day.
Okay.
So hold on, I'll let you know. Breakfast wise, usually the Merch Crick gets up the alarm goes off at 3:40. And she gets up and makes me eggs and bacon, or eggs and sausage links, no carbs, and then except on Friday. Friday I skip breakfast because I know I'm going to have a donut or two. So I don't eat breakfast on Friday. Otherwise, I eat a little breakfast at like 3:45, and then that's when I start my whole routine. Take my morning poop. And then, do my hair, stuff like that.
So are you on the path to wellness?
I'm trying to eat. I'm trying to lift some weights, and I'm trying to eat a little better. Yesterday, I meal prepped for. I made. Here's one thing. Let me ready for this.
Yes.
For the first time in 5 years, I went to a Publix on Saturday.
Oh, with the one
right down
by your apartment,
right here on West Shore.
Oh boy!
There was this blonde in there that I swear to God might have been the hottest bitch I've ever seen in my entire life.
That one does have a lot of good-looking women.
There was this blonde.
The Publix on West Shore?
Yeah.
West Shore and like Kennedy?
Yes.
All Publixes have babes in there.
No,
That's
but
what.
this
She's the one on Nebraska.
hold
Get
on,
back to me, Seth.
this chick was like every dude in the entire store was like. Just, she was first of all, she was blonde. She was probably 5'1", 105 pounds, nice big jugs. And she had one of those like kind of a halter top, real tight fitting sports,
Girls wear these outfits these days that are just may as well be naked. It's awesome, but I can't believe they get away with it.
And so then she had this long, real tight fitting, almost see-through black.
Damn, Bubba, did you get a good look at her?
Oh, I tried to time it.
Pictures.
Hold on. I tried to time it, Lummy, because listen. A lot of people have different techniques when you go to the grocery store. I happen to be.
Mine stop and stare.
Not me. I go up and down every aisle.
Yes.
Start with the frozen.
I start very far right. As soon as you walk in, I make a right, and I start, and I just.
He cruises the ethnic food section for Latinos.
I just go down every. I just go down every aisle. That's just the way I am.
Just to make sure you don't miss something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not one of those people. I'll go to aisle 4, aisle 12, and aisle 16, and I'm out.
No.
You never know what you can see.
So
Right.
I did not. I swear to God, I did not time it so that her and I were opposite aisle direction Willies. But it kind of worked out that way. I saw her like 5 different times. God. She was so hot. But anyway, hold on. The cost of food. Are you kidding me?
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you
Publix
kidding me?
Publix this week didn't have any good BOGOs or sales. Last week was good.
So, but so I thought.
Really? Is that different?
So
week to week?
the yogurt that I get when I got it out of the freezer, it looked like it said BOGO on it. So I picked 2 of them, right? Nope.
Not BOGO this week.
Not BOGO. And I was like, my bill was $350
for nothing, right? Like
but
toilet paper, deodorant, and a couple snacks.
No, I didn't buy any of that.
Just a lot of Totino's pizzas and
No,
stuff.
I bought.
Frozen.
So I made low fat. I made low carb chicken burritos for my meal prep this week.
Oh, nice.
So every day at lunch, I'm going to have a chicken burrito, and I got.
So you make a bunch and like you refrigerated, or?
Well, I made a bunch in a crock pot. I took boneless chicken thighs and put 8 of them in a crock pot. Put salsa,
like that dark meat, huh?
Black beans, just taco seasoning, onions, peppers.
And you did this?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he said Merch Crick can't cook.
Merch Crick can't make cereal.
Oh, she can't make a make a taco in the crock pot or burrito.
Oh, she can make my breakfast, and she does a great job at that. So then I made 16 of these. I cooked them in the. Then I went. Lummy, they got those. But see, Dan, here you're gonna have to help me out here. So I watched this guy on YouTube, his recipe, and I wrote it all down, and. I got these.
Like something caught your eye, you watched the video, and you just wrote down the directions?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's the deal. So I went to the tortillas, to the tortillas,
tortilla.
The shells,
right?
The soft shells, the burrito-sized soft shells.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear to God, you got to help me out here.
There's 100 of them.
You're a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And guy said, get the ones that are there's a certain kind, and they have 4 net carbs. So I look at the back of them, and it says 27 carbs. But then it said minus 20 on fiber, so it said 4 net carbs. How do you do that? Is that true?
Well, okay. Because some carbs you can't really digest. That's why proteins don't count as calories. So what it's saying is only 4 grams of those carbs are going to count as calories.
So are they saying that really that
the fiber doesn't count?
Okay, I need
because it goes all the way through.
I need to find
Where'd you get those Mission Bell soft shell?
Yes,
Oh yeah, Bubba,
yeah.
Good.
Are they?
Lummy, can you find me the nutritional Mission Bell? Yeah, so I can give it to Dan, my doctor here, and he can break.
He's gonna look over the tortillas you're buying?
But hold on. I just don't understand how something that says it's 27, but then after they break it all down, it's really only 4.
But what I'm learning is that if anything comes in a bag or is pre-made or something, all bets are off to how healthy and fresh it is.
It's really irritating too because when you give something, I give something to my kids and they scan it and they look it up. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Who does?
My kids.
You're kidding me.
I swear to God, they'll look at it to see how healthy.
Like
quote,
candy
unquote,
or food and stuff.
food, anything in the package.
When we were kids, man, you ate what your mom put in front of you, or you got your ass whipped.
And you drank out of a garden hose. These guys were repulsed at that idea.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
So,
they're
Lummy,
so
can you
soft.
find me the Mission Bell? I mean,
Well, I'm on Mission Bell, and I sent you their website because they have carb balance, they have no carbs. I'm not sure which one.
Well, he's getting the one with 27 carbs, Lummy.
Oh, wow.
Where's
Right.
that one?
And also, Bubba, I also read or actually saw
I
a
got
story.
go
Oh,
ahead.
the carb balance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you say, Dan? I'm sorry.
I saw a story recently that some of these stores have switched from their vendors and they're selling the same kind of product, but it's completely less healthy because it's coming from a different place.
What do you mean?
So a can of corn, for instance, if you got that from Walmart, last year versus this year, the cans look similar, but they're from different manufacturers, and the healthiness of it is completely different.
So Dan, look at this. So this is what I got. These are exactly what I bought.
Carb balance.
Right here. Okay. See full nutritional facts. This perfect. So I look at this and I go, what in the hell? How can you break 32 down to like 4? And they say, well, 28 are dietary fiber, and giving you a total net of 4. Is that is this correct?
Fiber counts as a carb, but doesn't count really as much of a calorie.
Dan, is the worst thing on there the sodium?
Yeah.
Where's
But
the
sodium is just salt,
But it's the silent killer, isn't it?
Not really.
They said salt's the silent killer.
I've said
it's
that.
not. Yeah, I think that's a lie. Fewer than 10% of people respond to salt restrictions that have high blood pressure. I don't think salt's a natural killer. Salt is life. We die without salt. And so I think salt's overrated as a bad thing. When things have a lot of MSG and stuff, that's different.
Yeah.
But pure salt is not bad. Do you know what the killer is? The killer is sugar. Processed sugar,
and they
add
say
high fructose corn syrup.
And
That's really the killer.
They say your body becomes addicted to sugar.
So addicted.
And that's really the killer is sugar. If you can
But that's a
try
simple
to
pleasure
live,
in life that we all love, right?
Yeah, but here's the deal, man. You can, as long as you...
I know Dan loves his Toblerone chocolates and gummy bears.
Yes.
I think it's just you just don't go hog wild on sugar. I think you can eat a certain amount of sugar.
The thing that's really frustrating, though, over the last 30 years is fat. Because when we were kids, Bubba, they were like, okay, low-fat diet. But some fats are, critical and actually help you lose weight. So it's been a real challenge to follow like the daily food pyramid and all those other craps of guidance they've been trying to give us. And like you said, Seth, if it's got a package, if it's wrapped in plastic or in a can, it's probably not that good for you.
Well, but you got to look at but you're right, the preservatives like the sodium will just because they have to put so much. So I guess sodium is a preservative. So everything that might be potentially good for you, carb wise and sugar wise and things like that. Like Seth said, look at the sodium, and they jam pack it full of sodium, which at the end of the day, to preserve it. So
But they used to salt meat, hundreds of years ago to keep it preserved. And like I said, sugar is worse than salt.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, salt, if you drink enough water and flush the salt out, you'll probably be okay. Hi, who's this? By the way, 813-90 Bubba.
Hey. Right. Hey, how about, can you tell me who I am?
Oh, man, we were doing so well.
No, I can't. Is this Gary?
No.
Charlie?
How about
let's
say...
how about Charlie?
Let's say, well, you're close. you're close. How about, let's say, I heard something going on. I'm in a trailer park. I heard something going on. They're talking about something going on in New York. Do you know anything about that?
No, hold on. Am I guessing who you are, or am I guessing what topic?
Yeah, no, you're
what topic?
Guessing who I am.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
Yeah, that's close.
I mean,
it's a trailer park.
Is he? I mean,
He lives in a trailer.
Can you help me out?
I don't know. It's 727
Yeah,
number.
I'll help you out, Bubba. It's Birdman.
Oh, what's up, Birdman? How are you?
Hey, I'm real healthy. Let me tell you that.
Well, I mean,
I make the world's best breakfast drink. I make the world's best lunch, and I'm going to give you the secret. The lunch is V8 juice, the tomato juice, V8 juice, but it's not tomato. It's all vegetables.
Oh.
That's the best food you could drink in the world.
Oh,
I drink it all the time. I work outside in the sun every day. I'm healthy as fuck. You know.
Really?
Hey, Dan, is that true? Is V8
Birdman.
the healthiest thing you can drink on
It's
Earth?
gotta be.
When
Really?
you drop the F-bomb,
Right behind vodka.
I gotta let you go. Can you resend me the girl on Fox faints? There was, I think, because I had it queued up ready to go, and when I got rid of the Mission Bell burrito nutrition, I actually clicked off of it.
Dude, that host was ready to let her just bleed out and die.
I know.
I mean, this is
I had it and I clicked off of it erroneously. I'm so very sorry. A study found that texting just the word K is the most emotionally. How soft have we become as society?
I agree with that.
As if you agree with K?
A K means F you.
K?
Really?
Yeah, to me. K means F you.
I've pissed off people with K's. I pissed off people with a thumbs up.
That's triggering too.
Triggering. Someone gives you a time or something like that. Like, okay, thumbs up. I liked it. I didn't dislike it.
Dan,
It's
let's
like,
say,
thumbs up. F you. What's wrong with you?
Dan,
Jesus.
if you and I had plans and you were going to come pick me up at 5, and I just said, hey, Dan, are we still good for 5? And no, you hit me a thumbs up. I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. Because I'm not a little bitch.
And vice versa.
Wow.
Man, how soft have we become? What a bunch of little bitches.
Well,
Try
I mean,
to be efficient.
I'll text Brian and I'll say, hey, man, if I'm selling cards from an eBay, I'll go, hey, man, here's your, update. This card's doing really well, and he'll just write back K.
Okay, cool.
So that's not an FU.
No, that's an FU. I'm doing work for him. He doesn't even care. He can't even write O. Okay. If you just give me one more syllable or just give me one
That
more
really
letter.
irritates you?
Dan, I can't explain it, man. It's bothered me.
I have to do that response to you every single time.
It's bothered me forever. And I don't
You could easily on a text put okay, thanks.
Thank you, Lummy.
How about K thanks?
That's a lot. Lummy, again, the Rumble. We're on the small box Willie.
Yeah, I've already sent him a screenshot.
I just don't understand the inconsistent. I'm so appreciative. If you go to Rumble homepage, we are the very first person listed. But a Monday ago, they did it the actual right way, and then it seems as though after we're no longer, the first guy in the box, then the next person that's the first guy in the box gets this really big box, and we don't seem to get the big box. I'm not bitching. I probably should shut up, but the big box seems to make people want to click on it more than just the little box.
I don't know,
It's like
Bubba.
phone book ads.
If I'm making a decision, I'm clicking on the Elder Scrolls other thing that's live right now.
That guy's got some abs.
That gladiator-looking dude.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I should have done an ab shot or something like that.
It's not too late.
Put Macho's abs in there.
Yeah, just have Mancho there. We're doing a full crab Willie.
Have him put
Is
a
there
big
any-
old Bubba Army fake tattoo on his abs.
Is there anything? So Seth, you're saying that K triggers you?
Yes.
Does that trigger you, Bubba?
No,
I didn't think so.
nothing triggers me.
Well, unless you don't get a response.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the only thing I hate is when I text somebody and then it comes up as maybe they have they obviously have an iPhone or an Apple and it says read.
Yeah.
And they read it. And then
Do you give red receipts to everybody? I don't do that because it's no one's business when I look at their text.
Yeah, I keep it off.
I don't know how to turn it off.
Oh, yeah, we got to get that for you, Bubba.
Yeah, because I can tell when you've read something, which is helpful because you have such unconventional sleeping hours.
Yeah. So tell me how to turn that off.
Yes, we
but
will.
here's the deal. So I text somebody and it says read, and it's kind of like somewhat timely. I need to kind of know, and then you'll see the three bubbles like they're texting back, and you're like, okay, I got something coming, and then the three bubbles go away like they've gotten distracted or they're not certainly paying it. I don't think they're on that page anymore, and they're not responding, and then I don't hear from them for a while. Now that pisses me off. That you've read my message, that you were going to send me something back, and now you've become distracted or whatever, and I'm not getting anything back. Did you send me that Fox?
Yes, I did. The girl passing out.
Yeah, I was going to play that. I clicked off of it accidentally. Hopefully we can get with Srach and we can get back to our on the big page Willie.
Yeah,
I think that makes a big difference, to be honest with you. But we are so very thankful that we are on. We've cut a deal with Rumble to continue to bring back the show, the live show feed. The 6 to 10 show is available at Rumble. We have, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, X,
Twitch,
and Twitch.
Yes,
those are our
and soon to be Instagram.
And we're not gonna go live on Instagram.
Bitch.
Yeah, they don't. There's no money over there.
That's what you think.
Ideology.
So, by the way, does Fox hire any brunettes?
She's
rarely.
She's a contributor. I think. I don't think she's officially like a Fox.
Now, is she naturally blonde?
Is she Jewish? Is that a Jewish gimmick?
That's a cross.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not Jewish then. Jewish folk don't wear crosses, Bubba.
Oh.
Okay.
You know what? Okay.
It's fine to say, but when you just see that lonely
thumbs up,
when you just see that lonely can of text, it's like, do you even care about me?
God, you need to be hugged
I do
every
care.
time someone texts you.
There's unwritten texting rules, Dan, and it's time that we write out those unwritten rules.
All right, here we go.
The 10 texting commandments.
So this woman
You guys.
is a contributor, and the host is asking her, I'm assuming the question, Biden blames Harris' loss on sexism. That was Biden's appearance on The View last week, where he blamed racism and sexism on Kamala Harris's loss. Couldn't take the fact that he was absolutely, one of the most horrible presidents we've ever had. And history will, as we get further on down the line and things get better. By the way, let me
metal detector, $10.
$10 on the Rumble Rants.
Thank you.
Thank you for the Rumble Rants. I think as things get better, which there's by all indicators, and I'm not trying to be Johnny MAGA, but I think China and America are talking right now with regards to the tariffs. Our borders are more secure than they've ever been. Aren't we actually? We're arresting congressmen and
mayors, right? Did the mayor of New Jersey?
Yeah, mayors of New Jersey that want to go into these detention centers and stop Tom Holman's boys from going in there and getting the bad guys. And these mayors think that they can stand in front of okay, we'll see how that works out for you, buddy.
Bubba, there's law that governs this, and the people in Congress have pure immunity to anything they say on the congressional floor. They can get on the floor and say that you touched little kids and you can't do a damn thing about it. And they could pretty much kill each other on the floor and get away with it.
On the floor.
On the floor. They cannot go out, and they are not immune to law. They cannot go out and violate people or violate property under the guise as, well, I'm a senator or I'm a congressman. They have absolutely no standing to do that, nor does any mayor.
So anyway, this Fox guy here, he's asking this chick, who's pretty hot, by the way.
What's her name?
I don't know. Her name's Hot Chick. And
I wonder if these girls are going to write these tell-all books like the old models did. Said they can only eat 2 Cheerios and an egg for the whole day. And these girls are like, they made me dye my hair blonde.
Cameron Kinsey.
The only way I think a woman like this, who looks like she's healthy, passes out live on TV or faints or passes out, is that she has dieted so much.
She's lightheaded?
Yeah. Well, hold
you
on.
Think so?
I think she's dieted so much for this one appearance that she has depleted herself of, potassium or electrolytes. And, because,
I don't know, Bubba. She hits the floor like it's.
But it's not a brain aneurysm. It's not a seizure.
No, but it doesn't. It looks.
Can we watch it?
Yeah, here we go.
Ideology, or it's not about.
Dissertation.
Oh my goodness. We're just going to get some help here for Cameron. Let me come back to Lydia while we get some help.
What a dick.
Lydia, the president. We're gonna go to a break, right?
What a dick.
And I mean, she hits it like the Leaning Tower of
He's
Pisa.
just sitting. He doesn't even look down, Bubba.
He doesn't. He should have looked right at the camera and say, "Obviously, I have to care to her. Let's go to a break. I'll be back."
Why doesn't Fox just cut it? I mean, why?
So
Why
Dan,
the formalities? Right.
So
Hey,
Dan,
our girl passed out. We'll be right back.
And coming up. Did
you're a-
sloths really move slowly?
You're a doctor, and you can see that, man, she probably is just dehydrated.
Maybe.
And, has no potential and literally fell out.
Ideology, or it's not about.
Oh my goodness. We're just gonna get some.
I mean, even her eyes, like.
No, yeah, she dropped. That's almost like a little vasovagal thing.
A what?
Vasovagal, where you just sort of just get like a little lightheaded,
Little dizzy or
and just
something.
a little dizzy, and all of a sudden you just go down, and you wake right back up
And
if you
what
don't hit your head too
causes
hard.
that? Lack of nutrition?
It could be dehydration. It could be lack of sugar. It could just be heat. It could be anxiety. It could just be you had this weird feeling. Some people just pass out sometimes when they're nervous, like a fainting goat. When they get all upset because they're just scared.
This is when she starts. This is
And
when it starts.
She just did a fainting goat.
This is when it starts.
So, Bubba, I didn't know you were going to have this on here, and I actually had something like this happen to me yesterday.
Hold on.
Oh my goodness. We're just gonna get some help here.
I mean, hold on. At least, you know what? At least, because the lapel mics are not really made to go
Down.
much further than where they're kind of sitting. So you take off your lapel mic, and you immediately get out of your chair and you help her.
Right. I agree.
For Cameron. Let me come back to Lydia while we get some help for Cameron here. Lydia, the president. We're gonna go to a break right here. We'll be right
So I
back.
started. Yeah,
They
in
told him
his
in his ear, yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Come on, a-hole. What's wrong with
Otherwise,
you?
so what happened in your world when your world, what was similar to this?
Well, I went to mass yesterday morning with my mom and Steve and Krista, and we went to Union to meet Bella and her boyfriend and have brunch there. And they have a really nice brunch there at Union right now, and they actually enclosed the upstairs. That place is getting better and better. So we're sitting there talking, waiting to eat, and
Union, which is right off of West Shore.
it's right down the street. Yeah,
Right.
it's 4 blocks from here. And I see this giant black guy come out of the bathroom, and I'm like, God, that guy is jacked. I mean, he looked like he was playing football that morning, And he's walking, and then he starts slowly walking, and he caught my eye just because you don't see guys that they're like 6'5" and filled with muscle. You know what I mean? Just like that song. And all of a sudden, he slows down, and then he just collapsed right there. And he collapsed between like a 3-foot wall and another wall where no one could really see him.
We're down. Were you guys upstairs or down?
Down.
Okay.
And so I immediately, as soon as I see him go down, I jump up, and I'm like, what's wrong? I'm like, what? This guy just dropped. And so I literally ran over there, and he
Dan's
was like,
always
oh.
first on the scene.
I didn't know what was going on. I had to.
Dan said, I'm not
I saw
paying
him go
this
down.
bill today. I'm saving a life.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting half
Steve
off
took the
Mama's
check.
brunch. All right, so you go tend to him.
And he's out. I mean, he's out. He's all sweaty. He's like, groggy. And he weighs, like 240 pounds. It's hard. And his wife was there and said he has no medical problems. Maybe there was a gummy involved. But other than that, it took him forever to get back up. And he had ice, Sprite, everyone's surrounding. And there's another doctor friend of mine that rolled up afterwards, and he's like, hey, you gotta do anything? I'm like, dude, you're a dermatologist. What are you gonna do? Biopsy his
Dude,
mole.
You're a dermatologist. I got.
If you need a skin tag removed, I'll hit you up.
The hero here is going to be me, not you.
You're a retired dermatologist,
Right.
dude.
When
Average Joe, $100.
Oh man, thank you, Aaron. I got to talk to you.
Dan, you
So
said
I
this guy.
stayed there until he got up, and it took 15 minutes.
Did he
for him to
hit his
actually
head
go.
or
He hit his
anything?
elbow on the way down.
You said he
did.
took a gummy?
I think he took a gummy that morning.
Right.
Oh.
That's what his
Now,
wife
did
was
he-
saying.
did he-
Something.
did he-
But
did
it
he-
may not have been like a real one. Maybe the Delta or something.
Oh,
those-
yeah, the Delta.
And
No.
you never know. That's the whole thing. I know
You gotta
people that
stay
can
away
smoke
from
an
those.
ounce of pot in a day, and you give them the wrong gummy, and they're like, absolutely, cranked the
I
wrong
had
way.
the worst experience with these 100% legal Delta 8 or 9s. I don't know which ones they were. We were going to Indiana one time, me and the Merch Crick, and we're like, well, we can't. Indiana is about a Squaresville. Listen, Indiana will be the last state in the world that legalizes, even in a medical type capacity, marijuana.
Right.
Like it's like they
ain't happening.
Marijuana might as well be, cocaine or, just might as well.
LSD.
They're the worst.
Right.
So I couldn't take my Florida gummies that I obviously have a card for, that are THC based. You can't take those to Indiana because they will absolutely put you in jail.
Really? With the prescription and everything?
Oh yeah.
Doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. So
people that fly. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bubba, but people fly with gummies and flour now, and they're like indignant about it. They're like, I have a card.
Yeah, well, I'm not taking that chance. Okay. I had a 4-inch Bubba Army knife that I got yoked up on last time. So
well, dude, it's a knife.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. So somebody,
gummy bear's going to really take the plane down.
I don't know if it was Mitch, the Mark, or
I think you're talking about the THCA one from Mark.
Yeah, I think it was Mark from Tarpon.
Yeah,
and he gave me these, these Delta 9s or Delta 8s, and it says on the package, legal in all 50 states.
Yeah,
legal. And so I even Google it to see if it's legal in Indiana. And it's like, yes, it's legal in Indiana. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to fly with them. And like on the back of these Delta 8s or Delta 9s, whatever the hell they were. These
Delta 9 THCAs.
Yeah. So it even says in big block red letters, legal in all 50 states. So Merch Crick and I, we're flying, I think, Southwest. And we decide, well, these can't be very powerful, right? They can't be as powerful as the ones that we can go down to the dispensary and buy. I mean, those got THC. This has got something that's legal in Indiana. Can't have that much kick to it.
Like spice.
Oh my God! So I took one, and she took a half. Oh my God! It was
making love all night long.
No, it was kabuki. It was like it had me all kabukied out, man. I was all like, oof, just freaked out. It was not a good experience. It was more of a real paranoid. And Merch Crick was complete. She was crying.
Yeah, on the back of the package, it does say to cut it into 4s.
I didn't see that part. Sorry.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
With them or
let me cut it, Joe.
You like?
Seems like we're slow on Rumble, on me.
Yeah,
dude, I got these grape gummies over the weekend. That were fucking awesome.
What?
Grape gummies.
Grape.
Concord grape. It was so good.
And they were TH.
Yeah, THC, and they were RSO. The Rick Simpson.
What's Rick Simpson?
Rick Simpson oil is it's where they put everything from the plant in the product. So they're not just like extracting like the oil and stuff for.
You did that 7 o'clock hour to
edible. They're putting the whole plant in there, so you're getting everything.
I wish they had the big box.
They say
what pisses me off though.
They say it's better when you're getting all aspects.
They take us off, and then the next motherfucker gets the big box. I'm gonna flip the fuck out on.
I sent him the screenshot this morning, and I'm monitoring it, and I'm screenshotting again, so he sees it doesn't go back and forth.
Right.
Yeah, because
it doesn't.
I learned about it.
I know, that's why I'm gonna screenshot another one in like 10-15 minutes and just show them that we're monitoring and watching it.
Yeah. I guess it's just us, fellas. How you doing, everybody? Let me go to my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. I ain't got shit going on. I wish we were in the. I wish Rumble would have us on the big
Rumble,
box.
why do you have a double cassette deck in the kitchen?
Because we're ingesting all the old school shit.
Oh yeah, you're pulling it in? Are you using it to pull in? 'Cause I haven't seen one of those in like fucking 20 years.
And you know what? In order to get one on eBay, they're like $500.
Oh, they really?
Yeah, they're like.
Oh, they're like vintage shit now?
Yes.
That's so funny. It was just cool to look at. You even pressed the eject button once. I had to. Good about. Need anything?
No, I'm good, buddy.
Yo, it's a monsoon out there.
Is it raining?
Big time bad. Lummy was even startled.
For real? Right now?
Yes, and then he ran out to go pee by his car in the pouring rain.
Why didn't he pee underneath the...
I said we have to pee under the awning, you and me, back to back, and he wouldn't do it.
Back-to-back peeing's not gay at all.
I know, well, especially in these conditions.
Let me look at my radar.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, we're getting smashed. Pond needs it, though. Dan, do you get massages, Dan?
Sometimes.
Do you have a particular person that you use?
That place on
All right,
West Shore.
you just cancel it right there. That place on. Okay.
Huh?
So no, I got this chick.
It's called like Sand and Stone or something like that. It's on West Shore and Kennedy.
We're gonna talk about my. We're talking about my massage experience on the air.
Okay. What is that place called? Hand and Stone? Yeah, Hand and Stone.
And then Seth, we got wait in here. Dan, I got the massage yesterday that I'm just gonna talk. What about here on the air?
Really? Guy just grab your dong and start going off?
No, it was a girl.
Oh, okay.
I don't like guys.
Really?
Austin, don't ever question my knowledge about weed again, or you will be
you
fucking
looking for
banned from here, you bitch!
Low commission food.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, or you can go to BubbaArmyTips.com. You get a larger percentage of that. Again, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. That's how we keep it on the air, my friends. I don't know who's on line one, but it probably looks like a bad guy.
It's Pi Charlie.
813-90-BUBBA. If you'd like to call and you're not a bad guy, we'll let you on. 813-90-BUBBA.
Bubba, you've been right, man. These phone calls take us down to a screeching halt.
they do.
I'm sure this call is going to be just as horrible as the first
Well, the
one.
majority of the calls, Dan, are just people that want to do their own topics, that want to, start new things. And
I missed the girl that, back in the Sirius XM days, Seth, we would get the phone calls would be just, because we were heard all across the country at that time, podcasting and stream. None of that was even in play. And so we were kind of the big dogs in the space, and we would get every, from a guy that wrapped his penis in ham to make it thicker to like a woman who was addicted to heroin, and she would go to her drug dealer and he would make her put cream cheese in her vagina and have certain animals consume it.
Disgusting.
I think our cat.
We had... Calvin, he made love to cows.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the ham bandit who worked at a Piggly Wiggly in Georgia, and he would take canned hams and make love to them in the bathroom, and then throw, then he would finish into the canned ham and then throw it away in the garbage can, and it got to be a whole big whodunit, and the manager got involved as to which employee was having sex with hams. I mean, Lummy, that was...
Yeah, that was...
We should probably, one of these days, with all the ingestion that we're doing, do like a top 10 phone call deal.
What about the guy who was doing dead bodies, too?
You had a guy doing dead bodies.
Yeah, that was disturbing.
We had, remember the guy that was we had a porn star in here, and he was from Kentucky, and he just kept saying, "God damn!" Remember, let me ask, and he was masturbating live on the air as she was talking him through it, and he had already masturbated to her couple of sex scenes that he had watched earlier that day, and she was talking him through one, and it's just, oh my God, just all the stuff.
Bubba.
I know.
Oh my
it's
God.
crazy. Remember Boobies a Bouncing?
Yeah.
One guy worked in an oil field, and he's like, I'm telling you right now, man, the boss's wife comes out to the job site. She's got... He didn't call boobs boobs. He called them tees. He goes, man, she's got tees a bouncing, and all the hairs a feathering, and she's got all the guys out here in the oil fields just going crazy when she rolls up in her boobies a bouncing. Just it was.
Is that like when the trash guy calls out to the pretty girl walking by?
I don't know.
Hey, you're so hot.
No,
I'm
no,
covered in poop, but you're hot.
But here's the deal: like the oil guys were out there working, and you
black, right? They're covered in black.
Yeah, covered in just oil. And
They're disgusting.
The boss's wife
Tough
would
work.
roll up to the job site to the oil field, and they can't. I don't think you can cat call the boss's wife.
Probably not smart.
Yeah. So anyway, Dan, I was asking you earlier. Now, I've had a lot of massages, professional. This isn't like Lummy the kind of massage that me and Ned and Brent got in Connecticut, where there's a happy ending or anything like that. This is really therapeutic massage. Like this is
above the board.
This is you're draped, and there's no funny business going on here. But she's this woman. So Tom Bean, my agent, good friend, he actually, Brian Matroni, a guy that works for Brian Matroni's office, Regina Hunter, in Regina and Hunter Law, a guy named David is an attorney there. He uses this girl. Her name's Andrea. Her name's Andrea. And it's called Liquid Mind Wellness. And the salon is over by Citrus Park Mall. And so David from Hunter Law found out about this girl, this massage therapist. And he turned on, Tom was having like a problems with his hip or back or something like that. And so he went to her, and then he's like, man, so Tom bought me one, a 2-hour massage.
Oh, wow. 2 hours? She's got 2 hours.
Yeah, I do. I'll gladly set aside 2 hours anytime.
For someone to rub you for 2 hours?
Well, she puts you in this hot sauna for the first 15 minutes to get you kind of warmed up, if you will. You get in this infrared sauna, and you can stay as long as you want, but she suggests after 15 minutes, that kind of gets you warmed up. And then she puts you on the table.
Is the table warm?
And the table's warm. Yes, table's warm. Then she has, as she's getting, as when she's working your glutes and your hamstrings and anything on there, she has you. You're nude. She has you draped. Covered up. So you're weaned. So you got wean issues. And this is out of all the years. I've had massages at Safety Harbor. I've had massages at Massage Envy. I've had massages out of town when I've gone out of town to a spa or something like that. I actually, when Merch Crick and I went to Ronnie, the limo driver's wedding, we had 4 hours Saturday afternoon before the thing started. So we went down to the spa and the resort we were staying and got a massage. And they're all just,
the same.
They're kind of the same. It's all kind of just the same. This is the most unbelievable massage I've ever had in my entire life.
So aside from the heat and all the other stuff, what was the magical part of it? What was the difference?
It was the intensity and it was the isolation. She would the intensity. Dan, she even has these bars above the table where she steps on you.
Oh.
Uses that. But what really differentiated it was the intensity and
7-11 feet on your back?
No. But more importantly, it was kind of a stretching thing as well. Not only was it just a straight deep tissue,
it was almost like a therapy, like a physical therapy session,
but with a deep tissue therapeutic massage and stretching. So she would get up on the table when I was laying face down, she would get on the table behind me and then she would take your leg and stretch it towards your butt and strip and she had these bamboo things and it was just I can't it was so mind-blowing and I'm gonna try to be like a once a monther.
Well, specifically with her.
What's that?
With her. You'll drive the Safety Harbor?
No.
Citrus Park Mall.
Citrus Park Mall.
Okay.
That's
it's 5-10 minutes away.
I was close to here. Okay.
Yeah. It's off of Waters.
Wait, and you said you got this massage yesterday?
Yeah, she prefers she rents the massage space with another person.
And did you get one for Merch Crick for Mother's Day?
No, I didn't. But I'm gonna get Merch Crick one of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to get Merch.
So you got a Mother's Day massage.
Well, Tom Bean bought it for me.
I'm just trying to. I'm adding the pieces.
But hold on, I took my mother to dinner. Saturday night.
Oh, nice.
So we celebrated Mother's Day Saturday night.
All right. Yeah.
And, so we went to this really good place called Bricks 33 in Trinity.
Yes.
Have you been there?
Yes, it is. It's really good. I'm surprised that
it's kind of expensive.
Yeah, you found it. Not a lot of people know about it.
Very hard to find. Not really hard to find. It's just you wouldn't expect a high-end restaurant like that, beside a tattoo parlor and a fitness, like a gym, so to speak.
Yeah, hidden in a little plaza,
strip plaza called Bricks 33.
Yes,
and it was. I had the Brazilian. I had the blackened grouper.
Nice.
$40. I mean, that's
a lot.
Is
for
that
a grouper?
Is that a lot?
Yeah, but it's what the prices are these days at a decent restaurant. Everything's gone up 20-30%.
God, everything's so expensive. So anyway, back to my liquid mind wellness.
Was she Asian?
No, she's a white girl.
Nice.
And I'll tell you this, man. After we got done, she went. I went back to the area and put my clothes back on. She wipes you with a really hot, wet towel to kind of get all the massage oil off you and things like that. And then
did she offer any sucky at the end?
No, there's no sucky.
No little. No. Can I finish you off?
No.
Are there any more trouble
spots? He didn't need to be finished off.
No.
He was finished.
No, nothing. That's not.
Did you have some pre-jism?
No. Seth, we still have three FCC affiliates, my friend.
We do. All right. Well, I thought nothing happened before 7.
No. Nothing happens before 7, no, it's none of that. This is if you're looking for that, then this is not the right place. This is
how much does something like that cost
for 2 hours? I think it's $350.
Oh my!
Damn.
But hold on, Tom Bean bought it for me,
Right.
as a gift.
Thank you, Tom Bean.
And,
yeah, no doubt. What a generous gift, Tom.
And I don't know what her hourly rate is. I mean, I guess take $350 and divide it by what would be
$175.
So is that?
It's $2 for the first and $150 for the second.
I don't know. I mean, what does an hour massage usually cost?
$100.
All right, so this is definitely worth the $75 additional dollars that the marketplace may warrant based on what you get. Just based on the intent. Listen, I've never had this intense of a massage, this good of a massage ever in my entire life. This thorough of a massage where she stretches you and let me tell you something. One of my most favorite is when she started doing my scalp and my face massage, like where they really kind of like start stripping your sinuses and get all that was unbelievable.
So, Bubba, yeah, you got a little higher end one because she looks like 30-minute to 60-minute massages that are about $60 to looks like $120. You got the sauna one.
Yeah.
And if you want an hour of that one, it's $190.
Yeah. So anyway, I think we have her TikTok and her Instagram.
Oh, is that the lady that put it on you?
Yeah, right here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, she looks
and I'll tell you this right now, she's strong. Yeah, I mean, she's a little out there. And but I mean,
whoa! Yeah, finish that one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this all means.
Is this why Tom Bean booked her for you?
I don't know.
Yeah, this dance, some of them.
Back it up on daddy.
So anyway,
she's using that mic for dance lessons.
What is her TikTok? Is it Andrea_LMT?
Oh, I got to click back on it.
I think it is. I think it's Andrea_LMT. Let's normalize dancing without I don't know if this is necessarily the.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, this is probably more towards the. So that's her space.
Oh, wow.
Those are the bars.
Yeah, and by the way, Tom Bean's handyman installed those bars. That's what she uses to hold on to when she's stepping on you.
That's a behind-the-scenes nugget that not a lot of people know.
Exactly. I will tell you, Dan, I know there's been a couple times that you've been out biking and, you have somewhat of a shoulder issue. You
in that?
No.
Damn, the back of that suit.
No, she didn't. She didn't rub me in that. So it looks like her TikTok, Lummy, is Andrea_LMT.
Yes.
And then it looks like her Instagram is pretty much the same thing. Andrea
Liquid mind therapy. Is that what LMT means?
Yeah, I think probably liquid mind therapy. Yes. So there is, you can go and look at her Instagram or her TikTok, and if you'd like to book something, do so. It's unbelievable. It is. It's. Listen, how often, I've gotten massage. Remember, my sister bought all of our family went to Safety Harbor Spa.
Yeah,
and it was really pretty uneventful. It just, they just didn't
just basic.
Just basic. Start on the back, start on the bottom, rub your hamstrings, rub your glutes, rub your back, rub your shoulders, rub your feet, turn around, rub your chest, rub your shoulders, rub your quads, rub your feet, rub your face, wipe you down, go home. That's pretty much how it usually is.
Seth, do you think you could ever give a 2-hour massage?
No.
Be exhausting, wouldn't it?
No. I mean, I can do my hands aren't trained like these other women. My hands are
you
trained
saying get or give?
No, give.
Oh.
You asked if I could give a massage.
No, so when, I will tell you this. So when I left, Lummy, she was completely drenched. She works that hard on you. Whew. She was completely like if I was her, I could probably only do 2 a day. of those. So,
I mean, if she's getting $350 per, what is that? 2 a day, 700. That's good for a day, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. That's not Dan type money.
No, but I'm just saying.
But I mean, yeah.
Yeah, well, the $350 is a signature massage for $2.
Yeah, of course, Tom Bean wasn't going to buy me the jobber one. He bought me the most expensive one.
Yes, it is the most expensive one.
Signature.
Yes.
So, Dan, I got to get you one.
A signature?
Yeah.
You can get a 1 hour signature.
No,
you doesn't have to have the therapy. The sauna. You want the whole deal, huh?
I want you to get it all.
Would she be open to a happy ending?
No, Seth,
She's a happy person.
No. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, things change when a Diaco's on your table, you know.
That is true.
Well,
she starts feeling those abs.
You get to the crevices where the real pain is, and then oops, balls and testes right in her hands.
Seth,
Seth, come on, Seth. Come on.
I hope you change your mindset. You have to be around little kids later today. You are really, you know what? Get it all out on this show, so it doesn't come out on poor Sammy's class.
Massages are inherently naughty. I'm just going along that storyline.
Well, this one's not. This one's naughty, I guess. I mean, she rubs your butt,
dude. She is naughty. She twerks. She wears a thong. She's naughty.
Well, that's not the kind of massage she gives.
Okay.
I would think.
Of course, Tom Bean's not going to pay for you to get one, but.
But see, I don't want to.
You just whisper "happy finish" in her ear.
No, you
put like an extra 100 down, just on the table, just walk away from it.
Happy finish.
I don't want to see. I don't want to even put that wrap sheet. That's not.
She's a professional.
Yeah,
masseuse. She's a licensed massage therapist, which is what LMT stands for.
Right. I don't want to put that wrap on her.
No.
So don't be thinking that. Go to her if you want a really good therapeutic massage, that it will be the best massage that you've ever gotten in your entire life. It's kind of like a massage and a stretch. Like, she stretches you too. Like, I didn't know that my legs and my arms, my little flippers, could stretch. Like, I know I have bad shoulders, and she would take that into consideration while she was stretching me, and she would kind of she found a couple of trigger points on me.
Oof.
Oh my God, that you're like, you don't really know you got, but once they get on them, it's like you almost go through the roof. Oh my God!
You think you can actually stretch out to be like 5'11" after a few more massages?
I don't know.
Like you're in space, get a little taller.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 813-90 Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Go ahead.
How's it going, fellas?
Good, buddy.
All right. I'm up here, Seaside, Florida. Up here, Anyways, long story long. Shout out to my buddy Lucky. He's on here. This is going back to the Delta 9 stuff. That stuff put a vampire on you, right?
Oh yeah, it put an ass whipping on me.
Yes, sir. But you got to be cautious of that stuff because you can buy it at gas stations and stuff.
Oh, I know you can buy it anywhere, but it is not to be messed with, man. Here's the thing: it's synthetic, and so it's not.
Some synthetic, some isn't. That's why it gets a bad name. Because Mark Tarpin kind of gave you the education on it. Some synthetic, some's not. The one he does is not synthetic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I've seen some stuff on the tube or something, where it's like they put it in water and then red dyes flow out from it or something. Be careful what you smoke.
That happens with Skittles, dude. I mean, they're so dangerous.
And RFK's putting into all that food coloring stuff.
Watch out for that yellow 5.
All right, buddy. Well, thank you. I appreciate you listening.
Yeah, hey, there's a massage therapist right there in Brandon. She's at Wellness and Med Spa. Venus Rose Consultation. She's a physic reader as well.
She naughty?
Sharon Rue.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for that massage update. As I get older in life, I would ride roller coasters. I'd ride that one thing, Lummy, that puts you in it and it shoots you clear to the top, and then you come back down. A couple of people have died in it over the years.
You've done that?
I've done that before, yeah. And I would.
Wow.
Until...
You ever been shot out of a cannon?
No, I've never been shot out of a cannon.
Okay.
So, Lummy, I don't know.
Beach Metal Detectives, $10.
Thank you, buddy. So, I think I would say no to this.
Oh, yeah.
No, I've been to the Atlantis in the Bahamas, and that water tube goes down about at this angle, but you're in a tube that you really can't fall out of, and then it spits you out into a pool. There's really not a lot of things that would go wrong. Here, what if you fell off? They just got these little rails to keep you on. And this looks like kind of like maybe a little inner tube or something that they kind of strap you on. And look at the degree of Dan.
Looks steep.
Dan,
looks like it's 60 degrees or more.
I would say 80.
Looks straight down.
It looks. 90 would be straight down, right?
Yeah.
So this looks to be at least 60. I'm thinking if I'm on vacation back, 10, 15 years ago, I might do this. I think this is a hard pass for me right here.
I might rather go skydiving at this point.
I've skydove before. That almost killed me.
And where is this?
I think it's in like Brazil or something like that. I'm a hard no on this. Now, I want to know what's this material? It looks like almost AstroTurf, does it not?
From this distance, it does. I don't know what it is.
But there's no track or anything.
No. All you got, Seth, are these little
bumpers.
These little plastic bumper kind of deals. So when you get 300 pounds going at a 71-degree angle,
you're going over that.
Yeah.
T-shirt Will 25.
Thank you so much. And then they got these little straps for you to hang on. Man, I would need bumpers, at least 4 foot tall.
Just like rocks on the side.
It's still probably safer than your local church carnival.
This is probably safer than your local church carnival. Yes, just the average Ferris wheel on your church carnival that's been assembled by methamphetamine
and powder coated by Gene.
Lasker. No, that's if.
Adios.
Now hold on. That's if you just happen to stay down the middle. But what if you start? There's no way to steer it. And then it shoots you into these big pillows. Watch. Yeah, I think I'm.
Tires for bumpers too.
Could you do that? I watched it so many times yesterday. I couldn't figure out if I would do it or not.
Well, but to me, it looks like maybe he wasn't going that fast in order for them to slow him down that quickly, right?
He looked like he was flying.
I think you send the kids and you just wait for them down, because the kids are resilient.
Yeah,
and
a kid's gonna go flying off that thing,
right? When we return, South Carolina happens to be one of the very few states which I love, by the way. I think that in all capital and, in all state-sponsored death penalty executions, most people have the lethal injection. But Dan will testify, being in the medical business, that like the pharmaceutical industry doesn't like to sell that concoction that puts people to sleep. They don't when the penitentiary orders it. A lot of times, Dan, they won't sell it to them.
I know it's a problem. It's a problem. It becomes like an ethical, moral question, and they don't want to be responsible for someone's death.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20
on the Rumble rant. So,
thanks, Iggy.
South Carolina's got the death by firing squad.
Hardcore.
And I love that until one of the guys misses.
Need better bullets and more guys.
Here's my thing. I thought that it was five guns, 4 had bullets, 1 had a blank. But to me, Lummy, it seems like they may have 4 blanks and one bullet, and the guy with the bullet missed.
Oh boy, you can't do that.
No, idiots. We'll get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
What's your opinion? Let me leave already?
No, he's here. He's just thinking. He's scratching his head and he's thinking. Takes a second.
We got 2,200.
What's up, Pedro?
I mean, that's more than normal, right?
No, we should be trending a little bit higher right now at 7.
Oh yeah.
Beach Metal Detective.
Man, this is so sad not having a Righteous Gemstones to watch today.
Is it over?
Yeah, it's over, man.
Is it gonna have another season?
No, it's it.
It's over.
This is it. Yeah.
So you don't have that or Curb.
I got nothing.
Yeah, let me. It's a little. I'm scratching my head a little bit on this deal. How about you?
I am too. I'm looking around on there. I don't know if on Rumble they don't like the click. It's not that or
I think the click's shitty. That's not what I said earlier this morning. You know that.
Yeah.
You know. Gary has to fucking listen, man.
I like the new little mouse pad.
Belichick's girlfriend band. That's what I mean. People may not know who the. Gary has to understand that click is more fucking important than it ever has been, and you can't fuck around on it. You got to do it the right way. And this isn't what we spoke about, is it?
Well, we did talk about band at UNC.
I didn't say anything about UNC. I said Belichick's girlfriend band.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yes.
That's not anything except the word band.
Dan, did you drive the Cybertruck today?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, just because it's fucking rainy. It's fucking
pouring.
It's bad out there. I almost forgot what it was like.
Gary called me all, but like, Lummy, can you tell Gary, like, oh, whatever.
Insert.
Nobody ever fucking everybody wants to do it their way. Nobody wants to do it my fucking way.
What's up, CC Hall? The Havoc, 84 speed operator, Wayne Gallaso, Key Powers.
Those big yellow fucking font that we put up is everything.
Okay.
Banned from the UNC. What does that mean? Who? Where? When? What?
Get off.
Okay, I had to get rid. There is no Movement 88. You need to get the fuck out of here with whatever you're fucking spewing. I just banned you, so keep with.
Get out. Grumpy old man.
He's back.
Oh, there you go. I'll just go ahead and ban him. Let me see, forever. Unless I'm.
He's already got banned.
We died.
We should have put Trump gets new plane or some bullshit. It's our fault.
Wait, what's your fault?
The shitty clickbait. This is what Gary used, and it's not what I said. Banned from UNC. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Belichick's girlfriend banned. That's what I wanted. And you can see that you can go multiple lines. See, Lummy?
Yeah.
You can go multiple lines. So
you can do big as you want.
yeah, I mean, Gary, come on. Oh,
This beat treats it's a good for you. It's a good for you. Yeah, for everyone.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will be Down One Soldier, and Seth is chaperoning us a swim party with little Sammy, and which I have no problem with him leaving a little bit early to do that. Anything with your child.
I mean, if you did, that would be cool.
Oh, hell no. You guys know that. If Lummy had something to do with the little... Well, Lummy's got something to do Friday.
Wait, is Lummy going to do? Is he going to work that concert that he did last year?
Yeah.
When you were really pissed off, and then you were gonna like maybe fire him, and then you did a big swerve and made him EP.
Yeah, when Macho Man missed.
What?
That's
was Macho Man out a day?
Yeah, that's when I got in trouble.
Oh, okay.
I asked for a day off a year ago, and Macho missed that day.
Well, I'll see that really. Lummy, you got to now.
Oh, 100%.
Hold on. Now, like that can't happen. Like,
I know. I
like we'll be screwed. We'll be totally screwed.
Oh, 100%.
Me and Seth at that point, like we're done.
But are you just vulnerable every time one of those two take a vacation?
Well, we could do a show off our phones that day.
Yeah, I begged Macho that he cannot miss. I mean, but I was not expecting him to have stomach issues that day a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, even if he has stomach issue, he has to crawl his way in here just because, oh my God. So Lummy's not missing. Well, here's the thing. Lummy's not missing all of Friday.
No.
He's leaving like at 7 o'clock or something.
Yeah, 7, 8 o'clock.
He'll be here for the first hour. So if Macho would have some type of stomach flare-up, which, Macho, you've been relatively healthy.
Yeah, he's got like 4 months going on.
Yeah, I can't even think of the last time you were...
No, he had that when Merge Crick had whatever she had. I think
a bronchial deal?
Yeah, Macho, I think, was sick for like almost a month and a half.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, I had that bronchial deal, and it takes a month to get over it. Like that bronchial... green phlegm cough up deal, and I was on the best drugs Dan could prescribe me.
And it still took forever.
And even the sippy, and it was just like this deep bronch, and it still took a month. And I'm not a sick person, but I'm not a sick person at all. So Macho Man, I can't think of the last time you were sick. Maybe that, right? You're not a very sickly person.
Let's not jinx it.
Okay.
It's going to be sick tomorrow.
But Macho's a little bit of a hypochondriac. A little bit.
I got scared yesterday. I had some Taco Bell. I've never eaten Taco Bell in the past year, and now I know why I don't eat Taco Bell.
Oh, no.
Let me just tell you something. For anybody who is constipated.
Okay.
No, for real.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
It's a good tip.
Go to Taco Bell and get like 2 bean burritos. I swear to God, by that night, you will have a absolute... bowel explosion.
Why not provide fiber gummies, Bubba, or something like that?
If you want something to be a little bit, maybe a little bit less volatile, then take the fiber gummies. But if you want just an absolute 1,000% bowel cleaning explosion,
colon cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, just go to Taco Bell for a nice lunch, get you 2 bean burritos with boy.
Do you
Dan? What is it about beans that make you that make you fart and poop? Like what is
beans are gassy. I don't know what it is about them. It's
fiber. Is it fiber?
There is fiber in beans, but I don't know. Do you ever have Beano?
No, I've never had Beano.
It's a couple pills you take before you eat beans, and you don't get that bloating.
Oh, because I don't mind the bloating, and I really
like being bloated?
No, I like the bowel explosion. I feel like I'm really getting some, maybe some of that spackle that's inside of your bowel. I feel like I'm getting it all out.
Well, I had a 7-Eleven Italian sub on Saturday, and I paid for it yesterday morning.
Did you poop your pants?
No, but I could have.
7-Eleven has Italian subs?
Well, they do in Wesley Chapel. Danny had his playoff football game, and so it was delayed by rain and lightning for 3 hours.
How'd it go?
He won. He
Really?
played safety. They won. Yeah, they beat a 14 and under team. They're only 13 and under, But in the summer league or the spring league, there's not that many. So they won the 13 and under division. They were the first seed going into the playoffs. The other 13 and under team forfeited, so they ended up having to play the top-ranked 14 and under team, and they whooped their ass.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's tackle, right?
Yeah, big boy tackle.
South Carolina firing squad botched execution of cop killer. I don't know what this guy's name is. McCall Motti.
Yeah, McCall Motti.
As bullets missed the heart. Well, Lummy, I guess it verifies there were more than one bullet.
Yes.
It just wasn't a one bullet. How do you miss? Because literally the guy is from me to Dan. Probably from me to the stage. And the guy's all, it's not like he can really move around. I think they got him all. I think maybe in this story it shows, like right there. Like, this is, okay, so South Carolina's death, they have a death chamber.
Oh, electric chair and a firing
I
squad.
think they put you right here. They strap you up on that. So this might be... Or maybe that's the electric chair. I don't know.
Electric.
No, it says electric chair to the right and the firing squad chair to the left.
Yeah. So this is the electric chair. And the firing squad is they put you here, and then they strap you all up so you can't move, and then they put,
Take two to the knees.
South Carolina firing squad tried to shoot a convicted cop killer in the heart and missed in a botched execution that left him in excruciating pains as he bled out. Okay, who cares? The guy, let me tell you what the guy did to get himself the firing squad. He shot a cop and then burned the cop's body down like the Wild Witch of the West from Wizard of Oz.
Oh, death. Yeah,
so
good for him.
That son of a bitch, I don't care if they missed his heart and he went through X amount of minutes of excruciating pains while he bled out. Screw him. So, you know what?
People don't die immediately from a gunshot wound, period.
Hold on, Dan. Have you ever thought about this? Cops stick together.
Mm-hmm.
So cops 1 through 5 say, "Hey boys, guess what?" Because the people that work at the prison are detention deputies, which are kind of the same as cops.
Right.
They're all cops.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, "Hey, we're supposed to shoot this guy right now." Actually, they actually put, Lummy, like a paper target right at your heart.
Yes.
And
they actually put a target for you?
Yes.
Like Pulp Fiction?
Yes.
Big red dot?
Yes. They put a target. They pin a target to where your heart is. And they probably got together.
Was the target wrong?
No. They had lunch the day before and said, "Hey, if this guy would have killed regular Grandma McGillicuddy, that's one thing, but he killed one of ours. He killed one Thin Blue Line. Thin Blue Line, brothers." And they're like, "Okay, I'm going to aim to the left. You aim to the right. We'll miss the heart and it'll bleed out. Why give this guy a quick, a quick, efficient death when he killed one of our brothers? And not only did he kill one of our brothers, but he burnt one of our brothers right to the ground. I'm missing on purpose. How about you, Fred?" "Yep, missing on purpose. I would have shot him in the balls."
That's with one of the three bullets that even hit him in the chest.
Bubba, you don't get creative control over this, okay? You have a mission.
I know I do, but you know what? Sometimes, I missed. You don't hit every target. Dan, when you go to the shooting range, you don't hit it center mass every time.
Well, I do, but most of the time you don't.
Whatever.
Jeez.
I'm a really good shot.
All right, well, you know what? Let's say somebody killed Danny. Your little kid. And, you and I were on the firing squad, and we're like, "Hey, Dan, we can either efficiently nail this guy in the heart and he dies in 1 second, or we can shoot around him and he dies in 3 minutes."
Yeah, I'm shooting right for his testicles.
Right, I'm blowing the guy's balls off.
Mm-hmm. You get the left ball, I get the right ball.
Right. Seth, you get the ween.
All right, yeah.
Hit the D in the middle.
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
I want you to hit him in the kneecap.
Got it.
Can you imagine hitting a guy in the kneecap?
Just blow his legs apart.
Wait, am I shooting his ween or am I pulling it off once he's shot?
No,
you're shooting it.
Shooting the ween.
Okay.
You want to pull it off?
Well, I don't know,
you
man.
pull it off, you sick
You
F?
guys, all of a sudden, we're going from just blasting the guy to now we're marksmen. I'm not a marksman.
Akil Mahdi, 42, who murdered a South Carolina police officer during a crime spree in 2004, was shot to death by a 3-person firing squad. And but an autopsy later showed that none of the bullets hit his heart directly, and that the chest showed only 2 bullet wounds instead of 3.
So wait a second, Bubba.
They don't even formatically do it like most.
Like have a blank on one gun?
Yeah, because most firing squads I thought were 5. And 4 had bullets, and 1 had a blank. So one, if you're on the firing squad, you consciously can say to yourself, "I had the blank. I didn't kill the guy."
This is bizarre. They had all 3, and then like only 2 hit the chest.
Hold on, Dan. Just to show you how Matt. Hold on. Just to verify my theory. Let me tell you where the bullets went. This is going to verify my theory how cops stick together, and they should. This is thin blue line stuff, brotherhood. The bullets that struck him injured his liver and other internal organs, and allowed his heart to keep beating as he remained alive for roughly a minute. So, Dan, your liver is way far away from your heart, ain't it?
Yeah, it's the right upper quadrant. It's a good distance, and liver shots do kill you, but they take a few minutes.
Right. And so for, you to be an expert marksman, to be on the firing squad, right? You've probably had to shown to have gone through some testing, and I'm sure they go through practice and things like that where they put dummies out there and they,
And you think they'd have the scopes lined up for, the 20 yards away that they are, or 15 yards away, not set up for 100 yards.
You just can't sign up for the firing squad and not have intensive training.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
It's like saying, like for instance, each police agency has a SWAT team. Each police agency has a bomb team. Each police agency actually now has a school shooter team, and they train for that stuff. Like I know my buddy Chad Geary in Manatee County, Lummy, he's on the school shooting team.
Okay.
And like a school shooter.
Yeah.
And like twice a year, they actually, and during the summertime, this is what people don't realize. Every agency, whether it's like Clearwater PD, St. Pete PD, or Grady Judge Polk County, during the summertime is when because the school's vacant, they will train. They'll do 2 or 3 training sessions for their school shooting team during the summertime when the kids aren't in school, because it gives them the actual school, right? They're not, you can't build some simulated school to train in. You got to be in the school, and they'll put a bad guy like in a room, and virtually they have blanks, and they have like how fast they can get to that room, and so any type of specialized SWAT and or not just regular, police officer job, but any specialization job within law enforcement, they do an extensive amount of training. So if you're on the firing squad of the execution team at said prison, you've probably have tens, if not hundreds of hours of practice, right?
Yes.
I mean, so much practice that you're not going to hit the liver. I mean, you may hit a little bit left to the heart, a little bit right to the heart, but you don't hit the liver. You hit the liver when you're doing what Dan and I did, and that is because you don't
going south.
You don't want the guy to have the luxury of dying quickly and swiftly. You want this guy to bleed out. Like Dan said, you'll die from a liver hit, but it's going to take you a minute.
It looks like they're only 15 feet away.
Yeah, Dan, that's me to you. Right?
Yeah, it's me to you.
How do you mean? Mr. Mahadi did experience perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Did experience excruciating this is even better, Dan. Excruciating conscious pain.
Ooh.
And suffered for about 30 to 60 seconds after the shot. Pathologist Dr. Whoever wrote in his analysis to the state of the state autopsy, Arden, who was hired by Mahadi's lawyers to review the autopsy, added that Mahadi was alive and reacting longer than intended or expected. Perfect.
I sent you what, how far they are, what gun they use, everything.
Thank you. In July of 2004, this is what this piece of absolute human garbage did. He went on a multi-state crime spree, committing carjacking, firearm robbery, and 3 murders. Murdered 3 people, including that of a 56-year-old off-duty police officer, James Meyer, who was shot at least 8 times before his body was burned.
Wow. He looks like Trayvon Martin, too. I mean, not Trayvon Martin, no, the other guy. The guy who killed Trayvon Martin.
Oh, George Zimmerman?
Zimmerman, yeah.
He's not going to die instantaneously from this, said Dr. Carl or whoever, a forensic pathologist who reviewed the autopsy documents for NPR. I think it took him some time to bleed out. On May 8th, lawyers for the bad guy told the South Carolina Supreme Court that the execution was botched, citing, yeah, it was botched. What do you expect?
And Bubba, even if you get shot in the heart, it's going to take you 10 to 15 seconds, maybe even 20 seconds to die. You don't die right away from when you get shot. No one dies right away when you're shot. It's impossible to.
I think they should change the rules of the firing squad, and they should have everybody gets a bullet, first of all. Screw this. Screw this blank. Some guy can actually think that he didn't do it. Let's actually put a couple more in. Let's make it 7. And let's go like 3 to the heart, 2 to the head, 1 to the nuts. And then, Dan, how about also, like, isn't the spleen, like, what's another thing that'll kill you pretty quickly?
A spleen will, but it's got a nice capsule on it. The liver's the best shot of all the organs, besides the brain and the center mass lungs.
Let's go 3 to the heart, 2 to the head, 2 to the liver, and then maybe 1 to the kneecap.
Well, it looks like
the guy that shoots the kneecap, Dan, you could be like, hey, I shot the guy's kneecap. I didn't kill the guy.
Wasn't me.
I had kneecap.
What kind of rifles they use? 308s?
I sent Bubba the picture. I closed mine out, but it says that everyone in South Carolina that is on it, they all have live rounds, live ammunition.
Yeah, so they're not even trying to act like I'm not the guy that did it. I did it, but the guys can say I bought. So look at this: 15 feet, prisoner strapped to a metal chair that sits on top of a catch basin. And he's all strapped up there. He's got a hood over. He's got a bag over his head. There's 3 shooters. The 3 state correction department volunteers fire rifles from a wall opening not visible to the witness. So they just have these little things. Dan, here they are. They're using 308s.
Yeah, but with only 1 10-grain bullet, so you think it'd be maybe a heavier bullet.
Yeah, but still.
But 308's a good round. A 30 caliber, it's a hot round. They hurt.
I mean,
it's not a 223.
3 to the heart should get you. 1
should get you. Hogs go down on 308s quickly.
So anyway, Lummy, I don't know if this is the news story about this scumbag, but let's see.
Bubba, I think your theory's right. I really do. I think those guys decided that they were off just a few inches off.
Yep.
I mean, they volunteered for it.
No, hold on, Dan. Few inches is one way. Liver. How many inches, Dan? Is your from a normal man is your liver
8 to 12
from your heart?
From 8 to 12.
How does a marksman from 15 feet miss that badly?
I don't know.
Because he had lunch with his buddies the day before and said, "This guy killed one of our brothers. Let's make this guy bleed out."
Instead of killing an off-duty cop in 2004, shooting him and burning his body. Should Mahdi's execution go forward, it will be the second time this year one of the state's inmates have been killed in this manner. Last month, Brad Sigmund became the first U.S. inmate to be killed by firing squad in 15 years. It's only been done 4 times since 1976.
Why are they showing pistols?
So how does death by firing squad work? Here's everything you need to know.
Dan, everything you need to know.
While South Carolina keeps some details secret, we know that Mahdi is scheduled to be put to death with 3 bullets to the heart at 6 p.m.
See, Dan, I really think that they need more. I think they need 5. You need 5.
Why not?
At the Broad River Correctional Institution in Columbia. He chose this option instead of lethal injection or the electric chair.
Wait, the inmate chose the firing squad?
Yeah.
Wow. Hardcore.
First for the last one you want's the electric chair.
Yeah, I don't want that.
But I'd go lethal injection if you could. Not firing squad.
To a report by USA Today, which obtained South Carolina Department of Corrections.
I kind of like that. I like to put a new one in there, and that's death by. You know how like people when they just throw like 5 gallons of gasoline on top of themselves, and then they light themselves on fire.
So
Immolation.
Yeah. So you want burning?
Yeah.
So burn them alive?
Burned alive.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
execution protocols.
When you've done something bad enough to be in this group, there are no bad. I mean,
from what we can
there's an
deem based
amendment
on
about that,
Sigmund's
Bubba.
kill-
It's called no cruel and unusual punishment.
yeah, you know what? It wasn't very cruel and unusual punishment when he killed that cop and burned him down to zero. Now, was there?
Assuming they got the right guy.
Punishment fits the crime.
In March, the execution
Whatever you did to them, we're going to do to you to kill you.
Oh, Sharia law.
There you go.
can be expected to
Yeah,
play out as follows.
I got a little Sharia.
You're a little Muslim.
I'm a little muzzy.
Yeah.
Got a little muzzy with it.
But, the eye for the eye, the tooth for the tooth. I get it.
Mahdi will be restrained in a metal chair by his ankles, arms, and waist. The chair is in the same room as the state's electric chair. A hood will be placed over his head, and a white square with a red bullseye will be placed over his heart.
See, Dan, hold on. A white square with a red bullseye is placed over his heart by a doctor. Now, the doctor didn't put it down there by his liver now.
Maybe he did put a couple inches lower,
A curtain will be
though.
opened, revealing the witnesses, which might include family, media, and lawyers.
Oh, the families get to watch it.
They will be looking through bulletproof glass at the right-hand side of Mahdi's face and body. A final statement might be read by Mahdi's lawyer or an official from the prison before a shade is opened, revealing the shooters. They will be 15 feet away from Mahdi. 3 voluntary members of the prison
Why are they showing a handgun?
Yeah.
When they got literally Winchester 308s.
Staff will make up the firing squad. Their names,
which, like, Dan can take down a buffalo if it's hit right.
Yes.
And training are kept secret. They all will have high-powered rifles with live rounds.
There's not an
According to
AK-47 either.
USA Today, the 3 shooters will be behind a wall with holes in it for the weapons. Without a countdown or warning for witnesses, the squad will open fire. A short time later, a doctor will come out to declare Mahdi dead. Information about what would happen if the prisoner survives the shots has not been released to the public. How humane death by firing squad is remains up for debate.
What do you mean, how humane? I really don't think that any...
They said they heard him cry out loud.
Oh. Ah!
Yeah.
Ah! I'm gonna be doing that the entire before they even shoot me. Ah! I mean, the minute they take me into the chamber, I'm like, ah! Well, first of all, I'm never going to be doing anything that's going to let me be in that situation.
Well,
Well,
it's a natural progression.
If somebody killed, you know what? I could potentially be on death row. I could kill some people.
Oh,
there are some people I'd like to kill.
So, but it looks like also is that the two guys shot it in the same exact spot, which was right. They shot at the liver.
Oh, and again, they had lunch the day before and be like, "Listen, this guy burnt one of our boys right down to zero. Let's do the liver shot."
Or maybe they had a DEI doctor that forgot which side of the heart the body's on.
Hello.
Which side of the body the heart's on.
You're on the air. Go ahead.
So I was doing a little bit of research while you guys were talking. The current world U.S. population is around 350 million people. There's approximately 2 million people in the prison system. I agree. You know what? Dispose of 80% of them. But I'm going to ask you something about Trump's tweet yesterday.
You had him on hold on me.
He used the number.
Oh, okay. All right, so go ahead, Charlie.
So I want to ask you something. Obviously, you guys read Trump's statement regarding medicine yesterday, correct?
You mean with regards to prescription medication?
Right. The most favored nation's policy. This, to me, listen, I'm not smart enough to articulate all the details, but from my understanding, if an aspirin sells for 8 cents in India and the same aspirin today sells for 13 cents, we have to sell that same aspirin for 8 cents in America. Is that correct?
What was your question? I'm looking at something on my phone right now.
Well, hold on. So it's called the most favored nation's policy. It turns out that all of us in the USA, we pay much more for prescription pills. Now, I was doing a little bit of research. There's a drug called Abilify. It's an antipsychotic drug.
Yeah, Abilify. It's called Abilify.
It's $34.51. Go ahead.
Dan said it's called Abilify.
Okay, so what does Abilify mean?
That's what the medication.
Abilify. Abilify.
The medication.
It's for crazy people.
Yeah.
Oh no! Okay, no, I get that. No, I get that. But I'm saying
you should probably be on it.
In the U.S., it's $35 per pill, but in Canada, it's $4.65. So, from my understanding, immediately that same drug in the USA is no longer $35 a pill. It's $4.65. This is going to change everything.
Well, I'm going to get to that story here momentarily. Trump.
So, are you for it? Are you for it? Are you
what do you mean am I
supporting
for
it? Yeah, are you supporting it?
If you can buy a hammer in Canada for 14 cents, but it costs you $500 in America, aren't you going to go to Canada to buy it?
Yes, Charlie, we are. And we appreciate your call, and I'm running a little bit late. Oh, look at the time. It's got away from me. I'll be back in a minute.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Good. Good.
OKC. What's that?
OKC, baby. Whew, what a game. Okay, Nuggets scored 8 points in the first quarter. Shit. Draft lottery tonight. No Charlotte, no Washington, no Jazz. What's up, Thomas? What's up, Mortar? Xerxes, I love OKC, man. I've been a big Chet Holmgren guy since he got drafted, and then I started watching him. I like Jalen Williams, Alex Caruso.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Seth.
Yeah.
I was looking at the Lightning, and they drafted this kid out of Michigan State in 2023 or 2.
Yeah, they can't sign him
on the 30 as like the 31st pick, and now they said they're not going to sign him.
Yeah.
Why would? How did that? Why?
I don't know the whole details with that, but it's very possible you can't ever come to an agreement with your guy.
Because he went back to college, and I guess and so is that the, I guess if you draft a guy and he goes back to college, does it make it that much easy? Is it
not really?
Or I mean harder?
I mean, not really. It's just that I don't know much about it. Remember Jonathan Drouin didn't want to be here back in the day.
Right.
So
but now did we fuck up on getting rid of Verhaeghe for what we got a backup goalie for him that we end up letting go for nothing?
No, Verhaeghe was I mean, they kept a couple of guys that they kept, like Matthew Joseph, and they kept Mitchell Stevens, and they probably should have kept Verhaeghe, but Verhaeghe ended up making a shitload of money. They would never have been able to have him. But
did he end up being better than we thought he was going to be?
I think he ended up being what everybody thought he would be, which is a good player. But the Lightning were in the business of keeping.
Wasn't he a cap casualty?
Yeah, well, like the Lightning went out and got Pat Maroon to kind of beef up that fourth line and Corey Perry and shit. So. What up, Cash? What's up, Felix? Got your cash, Felix. Thank you, Hockey Farmer. Banchero's very good. What's up, Permagrom? Yeah, Longwood said he thinks that he was better than going to Syracuse. That's very possible. Yeah, I'm an OKC guy, though, Xerxes. I like a lot of...
Could the guy from Michigan State say, hey, motherfucker, I'm better than having to go down to the, the IHL, whatever, and is that...
No, nobody can do that.
Okay.
I mean, nobody can... I mean, you can think that, but...
Did Druid end up being decent, or was he kind of the shit? He went to Toronto? Or
Montreal.
Is he good?
I don't know where he is. I don't know what he's doing, but I know Sergachev ended up being great for the Lightning until they got rid of him. What's up, Johnny? What's up, Alan Bowling?
Let me think. We must have hit an algae on fucking Rumble, because now we're fucking cooking with fire.
Well, yeah, because it's up to 7 o'clock hour.
I don't know.
Who's getting Cooper Flag?
That's good. I asked him to send me some. I'll talk to you after the show.
Are you mad at me?
No, I'll talk to you after the show. I don't want to talk too much on there.
Hold on, is somebody biting on us? Are you looking at the front page in the next person?
Yeah, 9800.
No. Lummy, are you looking at the front page?
Yes.
Some guy right beside us has their same car.
What up, Madden Crusher?
Game
What's
on.
up, Kevin?
Is he trying to fucking bite on us?
Thanks, Grumpy Old Biker.
I mean, game on. Let's see if he's.
Should we get our crossbows and mount up? Like the regulators we are?
He's more of a sports guy, Bubba, so he might be just talking about that.
I know, but it's like almost identical.
It is.
What's up, Radio? What's up, Samurai?
I'd say, yeah. I mean, right now it looks like he is fucking trying to bite on us.
I mean, the motherfucker's biting on us because we came on before he did.
Yep.
And then he probably saw that we were fucking killing it, so he mounted up.
Yeah, he probably was like, well, let me get a...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90-BUBBA. Don't forget, one of the best ways to support the show is right into the bank account, buddy. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army or BubbaArmyTips.com. A Rumble rant would be appreciated. A super chat over there on YouTube. Appreciate y'all. It looks like we got a guy on the front page of Rumble that's biting on us.
Yeah. Listen, he saw what we were doing.
I think he probably has maybe a 7 a.m. sign on or something like that. And we're front page on Rumble, and our click is banned from UNC. Bill Belichick's girlfriend banned from UNC. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And so the guy beside some dude that, and I'm not talking crap about anybody. His franchise or his show is called Game On, and he must have seen how well we were doing with our views and people and what have you. So he titled his click, Bill Belichick's girlfriend banned from UNC facilities.
He just reversed the way Bill Belichick and his girlfriend are showed on his thumb.
Yeah. Game On. Oh, I mean, great job. Great job, Game On.
Wait, are we going against Game On? Or,
no.
Great guy, I'm sure.
Great guy.
Friend, not foe?
Friend. Good luck. And I appreciate you, kind of maybe taking a bite out of me a little bit.
Do you think we could get a little rub from him?
Oh, I don't know.
A little Game On rub?
I mean, I'm promoting him. He should promote me.
That's right.
He should say, "Hi, I'm Johnny Game On, and I did get my clickbait from Bubba the Love Sponge, which is his channel on Rumble. Here is at the Bubba Army.
Time to go live on live."
No, that's okay.
That's okay.
You ever notice? I'm not trying to be Johnny old school here or anything like that, but when we would get in fights, and I'd been in a.
Couple radio battles?
I mean, I'm talking about as kids.
Oh, I thought you were talking about radio fights.
No. As kids.
Yes.
I probably as a kid, I probably gotten maybe 5 fights.
That's about right.
There were some push arounds and some tripping and some, trying to throw a rock at the kid's head. But as far as squaring up and trying to fight a kid, I'd say probably 4. My most famous one was the Scott Zook fight that went all throughout the school. That helped me out so much when I whipped his ass.
Nice.
And it went all, and he was like this big karate guy. No, he was this little dude. He was little.
But big on karate?
But he was every weekend he'd be in the newspaper winning some kind of karate contest where he chopped some boards down and all that kind of stuff. And but he was literally, this was my senior year. No, this was my junior year. This is my junior year, and I'm probably 5'10", 240. And he's probably 5'6", 150.
It's hard to fight like that.
Yeah. And so I liked the same girl he liked, but she was going out with me. And she had just most recently was going out with him. But now
really? You stole her from him?
Not really.
She just dumped him and went to you?
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know he was a sophomore and I was a junior. I'd known about him. His name was Scott Zook, and we all made fun of him. We called him the Karate Kid, wax on, wax off, because he was he was Johnny Karate Guy, And I was a wrestler and a football player, so when you're Johnny, and he'd be in the paper over the weekend going to some karate match, and he got this trophy taller than him and all this kind of stuff. So, and this was we're talking about 1982. So this is way before the Brazilian jiu-jitsu had hit America. Nobody knew anything about MMA back then or anything like that. The only skill set that I had with regards to that would have been folk style wrestling, Dan, like you did. Like, get a guy down, put him in a half Nelson.
Right.
We didn't know anything about, guillotines. Well, we knew guillotines, but we didn't,
rear naked chokehold.
Wrist locks and stuff. Because when you wrestled in high school, like you couldn't go against the joint. Like if you couldn't get a guy in a full Nelson, you couldn't go opposite. You couldn't put opposite joint pressure. So they regulated all that, so nobody got hurt. So I'm now dating this chick that used to date him. And, we'd done some stuff. We hadn't had sex, but,
Wore the corduroys off your pants, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it was her. It was Nikki. It was Nikki Dartery.
Same girl?
Yeah. And so I'm literally at home. And I've told this story before. I have. But it goes hand in hand with this story. Kids don't fight nowadays the way we used to fight back in the day.
No.
Because when we would fight back in the day is you would square up with a dude or whatever dude you had a problem with, and you guys nobody really knew how to box or how to fight, so you'd throw these haymakers or these, you'd try your best, but they look like a couple cats fighting for the most part, and then maybe you'd connect, maybe you'd get a connection in, maybe, but I always went to the ground. Because I wrestled.
It made sense.
Yeah, because I wrestled.
Right.
And you can actually do more if you don't ride too high and you get chest to chest on a guy. Most people ride too high, you get flipped. But if you go chest to chest on a guy and you got any type of wrestling background at all where you sprawl out, Dan, get chest to chest, and you can literally pummel a guy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So I'm sitting at home eating like at 6 o'clock. It's like, I don't know, it's the last month of school, my junior year. It's May of like 1982 or 83, something like that. And it's May of 83. And all of a sudden, Ricky Espinoza knocks on my door. Now, Ricky Espinoza was my friend and he was on my wrestling team. But Dan, I was heavyweight and he was the 118 guy.
Mm-hmm.
But he was good as hell.
Right.
Ricky Espinoza was, I think he might have went to state. Like, he was good as hell. And he was my friend. And he knocked, me and Ricky Espinoza never hung out together, ever. I only knew him from the wrestling team, and the only hanging out would be when we would maybe be on the bus going to a wrestling match.
Shaw TV, $20.
Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. So all of a sudden, Ricky Espinoza's knocking on my door, and I walk up the door and go, Ricky, what do you want? He goes, Scott Zook's at the ball field and wants to fight you over Nikki. I go, what? And he goes, Scott Zook is at and so we had ball fields, where they play Little League Baseball, and that was like a landmark in Warsaw.
Like Fossil Park in St. Pete.
Yeah.
It's just a little park with some baseball fields.
It was like, a mile and a half or 2 miles from my house. I had my driver's license at the time. And so, and he said, Scott Zook's at the ball field. He wants to fight you over Nikki.
Did he ride his bicycle there?
Ricky Espinoza did.
No, Scott Zook.
Yeah, I don't know how Scott Zook got there. He was just there. I didn't really size up what I think he drove. I don't know. So I quickly assessed that, okay, well, Scott Zook's got Ricky Espinoza with him. I ain't going to roll up there without. So I went and got Larry.
Of course.
Now, Larry at this point, he's 5'11", 235.
Jesus.
Larry,
a tough kid. And he still looks tough.
Yeah, Larry's tough as hell. At that point, now, we were juniors, so we weren't the toughest kids in school because Gary Puckett and like Neil Fribley were seniors, and they were the toughest guys in school. But we were going to inherit that next year. You know what I'm saying? Once Gary and Neil left, then we would be seniors, Dan, and
you guys become the bullies.
We're the tougher kids in school.
Right.
We're the toughest kids in school in waiting. So I went and got Larry. I said, hey, and Larry lived even closer to the ball field than I did. So I pick up Larry and I said, "Hey, Larry, Scott Zook wants to fight me over Nikki at the ball field." He goes, well, "Okay, let's go." So I get there, and Ricky, they do have a car. He's sitting on the hood. I think it was like a
El Camino?
No, like a Grand Marquis, like his mom's Grand Marquis or something.
Grand Marquis.
Yeah. Or Buick. It might have been like a Buick LeSabre or something.
Who did Boots like more, you or him?
I don't know who Boots liked more. Boots hated me after he saw my corduroys rubbed down to zero. So I got my 1972 Chevy van. That's what I got. So I park my van sideways and open up the slider door, and Larry sits right there on the ledge. And so there was no way, shape, or form that Larry or Ricky were going to get involved. But you had to bring your boy with you, just so, in case, if I'd gone by myself and the outcome that happened, I don't think Ricky would have jumped me because we were on the same wrestling team together, and Doug Hutzel, our coach, probably would have gotten mad at him. So I don't even know why he brought Ricky. So I got Larry. He's got Ricky. But those two were never going to get involved, ever. They were just there, I guess, as kind of your backup.
Plus witness, too, just to make sure.
Right. Yeah, you needed a witness. So Scott, we're on the pitcher's mound. That's where he's out. And I pull up, and Scott Zook is already on the pitcher's mound with no shirt on and like these blue jeans, and he's going through all these karate rituals. He's going through all this karate stuff. And Larry looks at me and goes, look at that. It looks idiotic. And I go, I don't know. I said, as soon as he kicks me, I'm grabbing his leg and going right to the ground and putting, I weigh almost, 80 pounds more than this dude. So I didn't take my shirt off, of course, but I had a pair of shorts on and a T-shirt, and he's going up there, and I'm like, what's your problem? Like, why are we fighting over Nikki? Nikki, you haven't been with Nikki for like 6 months. I just started dating her like a month ago. Like, what's the big deal? Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if she wasn't with you, she'd probably be back with me. And I'm like, man, she would be back with you. And so I tried to not fight, because I'm going to be honest with you, Lummy, I didn't know anything about this karate stuff.
Yeah, you never know.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was kind of scared. I was like, I don't know if this karate stuff is real. Every weekend in the paper, you see this guy, and we had such a small town paper that they covered everything, So, but every weekend, this guy would be out of town winning trophies that were as tall as him for breaking 15 boards and all this kind of nonsense. And so I'm like, kind of not being a pussy, but Dan, it's the unknown. I don't know if this karate stuff's real or not.
Right, you have no idea. It's and back in the day, that's that was the martial art. It was karate, maybe a little taekwondo, but
right.
No one did jujitsu.
No,
and anyone that said they did kung fu was full of
Right, they've been watching too many cartoons.
Right, I know kung fu. Sure, you did, kid.
So he's going through all this stuff, and he's supposedly a black belt in karate, and every weekend you see him in the newspaper with these big ass trophies, and all around school he'd never really been in a fight, but he had this reputation of being, Johnny Karate, and so nobody really had ever fought him, so nobody really knew his skill set. Like, is this stuff real? Or when you go to these exhibitions, and you break 10 boards, are they scored down the middle, or, like
special effects?
Yeah. I don't know. But I was a little scared, because I'm thinking, well, if this karate stuff is real,
you're done.
And this guy kicks my ass, I'm going to look like the biggest pussy in school ever. Big time, football player, wrestler, 5'10", 240, Bubba Clem. I was in the 300-pound bench club, Lummy.
Yes, you were.
So, and this is Scott Zook, little short doggy dog, 145, 150 dude, but he's Johnny Karate. So I go, Scott, why are we even fighting? I'm just telling you, I don't have to tell you why we're doing this. We're just doing this. I'm like, all right. So I just kind of stand there with kind of my hands up like this, because I don't really know what to do. I don't got any boxing skills. and two dudes that don't really know how to fight. When you know, nobody
You
really
had a skill, Bubba. You had wrestling. That was your skill.
I kind of got in a wrestling stance a little bit, and he comes with this kind of reverse flying kick, Lummy, and he does get me in the right ribs.
Really?
Yeah, he gets
He connects?
He gets well because I thought he was going to go on my left side, so I kind of open up my right, and he gets one on me. He does. He gets a pretty damn good kick on me, but it didn't hurt me.
But it was contact. It would have been a point in a tournament.
Yeah, in a tournament, it would have been, and it might have even knocked a smaller dude down.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets one on me. And then Larry goes, "Come on, man." I can remember like it was nothing. Because Larry didn't want me to get my ass kicked to be a pussy. So I'm like, okay. I see how he does it. He fakes like he's going to go one way, but then he hits it with the other one. Okay. Well, you ain't got to do that to me. So Lummy, he tries to go the other way where he fakes right and hits me with my left. Hits a left gimmick. He was trying to go, so.
He's pulling out all the moves.
But I'm ready for it. And I can't, boom, this leg comes and I catch it. And then, Dan, you know exactly, I sweep.
Right, that's the worst thing that can happen to a guy is have your leg caught in his kick.
Yes, especially a bigger dude than you.
Right, you're done.
I sweep his plant leg, sweep it, like you would in wrestling. He goes straight down to the pitcher's mound, face first.
Oh.
And I get on top of him, and I start taking the back. He had longer hair, kind of like a hippie. And I start taking. I'm directly on his back, but kind of side control. And I can remember like this. I can remember this as vivid as if it happened yesterday. And I start taking his face, and I start cheese grading across the pitcher's mound, like a cheese grater, just. And like literally, just going, just like maybe 6 times. And then I just started, as hard as I could, hitting him in the ribs and cheese grading his face. And he's like, okay. Well, I wouldn't stop. I wasn't going to stop until Ricky came up. And Ricky's like, "Bubba, okay, you won, we're good." So then I go, so I'm still on top of the kid. I go, "We good? Are we good, or am I going to get up and you're going to start that kung fu kicking stuff again?" He goes, "No, we're good." And his face is just all bloodied. Not deep cuts, Dan, more like pebble, like, you got your face, like you got road rash. Yeah, but he had road rash on both sides of his face. And so that was like on a Tuesday. I was like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. We went back to school the next day, and boy, did it circulate throughout the school that, and it got, by the time it went through the whole school, it got really embellished, that I almost broke his leg and all this kind of stuff. And,
yeah, Tap said he rolled up after the fight, and, he kind of saw what was happening.
Oh, Jim Tap?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jim Tap, my
Him
boy.
And Bart Hopkins.
Bart Hopkins.
And they were trying to buy some weed off Todd Brown.
They were out there trying to, because people would sell weed at the ball fields, too.
Yeah, that's
you
good.
Fighting and selling weed at the ball fields. So, but like...
Childhood education.
So I feel for this little chubby kid
This could
here.
be like a little Bubba Lummy right here.
Yeah, this would be like a little Bubba and Sam Churchill, because he was the only black kid. We only had one black kid in the entire school. His name was Sam Churchill. But Sam Churchill knew his role. He didn't cause no problems. He was far outnumbered. Sam Churchill did not cause problems. So this is what it looks like to be maybe 7th, 8th graders. Right?
Yeah.
And little Bubba Clem's a little bit heavier. And so,
You want to come up behind me and kick me in the back?
No, so he got to be back.
All right, so it looks like the little chubby white kid is walking away. Right?
Yeah, he kind of looks like he was calling him out. Like, hey, you're going to come up and, kick me in the back.
Come behind me and kick me in the back?
No, so he got to be back.
So then the one black guy goes, no, it ain't going to happen. So the chubby white kid then starts walking away. Now here comes this kid who supposedly has a problem with chubby white kid, this little black kid in a red shirt. So that seems to be the guy he could be potentially fighting.
First mistake this kid made is walking away with his hands in his pocket.
He doesn't know. He doesn't really look like a fighter.
All right, so now hold on. So the black little kid his age, little black kid, who it looks like he had his initial problem with, came in and kind of sucker punched him from behind.
Right, which is such a bitch move.
Which is a bitch move.
Bitch move.
But here's the bitchier of the two moves. So
Yeah,
now
I saw this.
At this point, it's between the chubby white kid and the skinnier black kid.
Right.
That's who this is. That's
Who it should be only.
right. Everybody else should back off and let it play out, unless
Or break it up.
Or exactly. Well, it seems like not in today's world.
No.
So the black kid tried to the chubby little white kid tried to comes up with a little Bubba Clem kick. He can't quite get his leg up.
You get the stretchy
Poor
pants
little
on.
thing. Hold on. Poor little thing can't get his leg up. So they're clowning him. So the chubby little white kid is now kind of trying to catch the real fast little black guy. And it looks like he's probably not going to catch him.
Nice, but they'll probably winded already.
Probably winded a little bit already. Probably blown up. But he's going to try to catch this kid. The fight's between these two, and that's it.
And those Huskies aren't elastic.
And those Huskies aren't elastic. And then
oh man,
the African-American kid's brother or friend comes in and just sucker punches this poor little white kid. And wait till you see the damage he did. Watch this.
Oh, and he went up for more punches.
Now watch this. Did you see how bad?
Shameful.
Oh, I mean, the kid looked like he scraped his hand on the pavement going down, and then his face ate.
Oh yeah, because he went down pretty hard.
I mean,
wasn't expecting another sucker punch.
Yeah, so he gets sucker punched right here. So he's trying to fight the guy that has a problem with. Meanwhile, it looks like damn near an adult.
Yeah, that guy's pretty big.
Or at least a kid in high school comes in.
It's not even close, and it's shameful. And that's the problem when people do these like gang fights and keep doing sucker punches. There's absolutely no nobility. There's no honor. It's just disgraceful. It's scum.
And so
it's bad enough to fight, but at least give someone a chance. And just to come up from behind and sucker. When you saw those videos of people like in New York just getting sucker punched from behind by cowards,
or like the Philadelphia Eagle people, people
cowards.
Like that. So look at this. Now I want you to see the older, bigger kid. He really steps into it and gets a good launch. Look at this. Ready? Ooh. I mean, he really, bam, the first one takes him down, which that's where all the damage is right there.
Oh, then he punched him again in the head.
I'm just telling you where I come from. My dad sees that.
Oh, he's going down to the park.
My dad's going to find that guy's dad.
Yep.
Where I live. So the next day, I get home. I don't have a mark on me. And my mom knew where I was going. I had to tell her I was going. I'm going, Mom, I'm going to the ball field with Larry Plummer to fight Scott Zook. She goes, okay, well, just be, don't do nothing stupid. So I came back and she goes, how'd it go? And I go, well, I got on top of him and cheese grated his face into the pitcher's mound rubber. She goes, oh, okay. Well, your dad's going to probably need to know about that. So my dad, next day, my dad worked nights, so I never really saw my dad, but my dad got up early to go to work just so he could, because I usually was in bed. He had to be at work by 11, so he didn't get up till like 10. And so I was in bed by then. My dad got up at 9 because I went to bed at 9. And he's like, what happened in that fight yesterday? I said, well, I walked him through the entire sequence of events. He goes, okay, that's good. Did you let him up when he said I go, not really at first, because I made him promise that he wasn't gonna, kick me again. And my dad was cool with it. That's probably how your dad would have handled it, Dan. Right?
Yeah, I got a couple fights, and he was reasonable about it.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's up? It's Pedro.
Hey, Pedro, the pool guy.
Hey, what's going on? I calling in because I have actually a question for Dr. Dan. I put in a message a couple weeks ago that I had a glioma. Well, it turns out it's an operable brain tumor that I have to have surgery for. And I'm wondering if it's possible or possibly linked to getting that stupid vax, the COVID vax.
I mean, anything's possible. Anything's possible, and there have been some reports of accelerated cancers secondary to the vaccine, or even just getting the disease itself. It's going to be impossible to prove.
Lummy, look what happened. The minute. Can you see what I'm saying, Lummy?
Yeah, I'm screenshotting it.
Big box Willie. So for 2 hours, they didn't do that for us, but they at 8 o'clock do it for this dude. Like, man, don't they understand?
No, I'm screenshotting it. Yeah, because I got a message into him. So
Pedro, I think Dan's answer is I don't know that we're ever going to be able to say that X caused Y or Y has caused Z, but it just, and Dan, here's the deal. Even if they were to do, long, intensive case studies, I don't know that we'd ever get the right information. I don't know that the government would actually be, intellectually honest with us.
No, when it came to really studying the potential effects of vaccines on autism, they're not truthful with any of the studies. And one of the studies that really was telling was they did a study with chimpanzees, which are really close to humans genetically. I think they have 42 chromosomes. We have 46. And they gave them the hepatitis B shot. And some of them got it at birth. Some of them got it a week later after birth. And some got it at birth even though they were premature. And the ones that were premature that got the hepatitis B vaccine all exhibited behavior consistent with autism. They wouldn't hug their moms. They were withdrawn. They wouldn't communicate. All of them. And so, everyone keeps saying it's the MMR. I think the most dangerous things we do is give that hepatitis B shot the day you're born when there's zero risk of you having hepatitis B.
If you have a brand new baby, can you tell them don't give them the Hep B?
Oh, yeah, I did. I said, absolutely not. You can get the vitamin K, which is not a vaccine. It's just vitamin K.
Right.
But you have to get the Hep B shot. Absolutely. It's stupid.
Isn't hepatitis B from anal sex or needle sharing?
Yes.
That's really the only way you can get Hep B is from anal sex or needle sharing.
Correct.
So what does your newborn baby need that for?
Doesn't
need it till it's
stupid. It's a stupid policy.
Does it even need it ever?
Yeah.
I mean,
it probably no. It's arguably a sexually transmitted disease, and I think giving kids that shot at 11 before they hit sexual maturity.
Yeah.
That there's a strong argument for that. But to give it at birth is unconscionable. And if you look at it, that shot made it to the vaccine schedule around the year 2000, and that's when autism started going up exponentially. That's the shot.
Hep B shot. Pedro, appreciate it. Might have been from all those pool chemicals you sniffed too back in the days.
Yeah, it's impossible. Remember, my uncle had a glioma, and he's an identical twin to my dad. And it was pre-COVID. But this was probably because of radiation, because he was doing interventional cardiology, and his head was near that radiation when they were shooting dye and looking at people's heart vessels for all them years. So it could be all kinds of things. It could absolutely be pool chemicals. Those things are dangerous.
Oh my God!
They hurt to smell. They hurt your eyes. They can't be good for your body.
When I returned, back alley beautician injected mystery mail order filler into clients without a medical license. God, you see a lot of this. And before, Dan, you were probably one of the last plastic surgeons, not one of the last, but you certainly took your time on the Brazilian butt lift, because for years there was not a recognized, I think, board certified procedure to do it, correct?
Well, the problem was, Bubba, in the beginning, they weren't specific about where to put the fat, and the people that put the fat in the wrong spot of the muscle killed people. And so it seemed like people were just randomly dropping from it. And so it seemed very, very, very dangerous. Now, in the state of Florida, it's illegal, specifically a crime, to put fat into the muscle of the buttocks because people die.
Now, is there a butt lift procedure that has been approved? Because I think you do them.
Yes.
But they're implants, aren't they?
No. You still do inject fat, but you inject fat superficial to the muscle so you don't kill people. And we have to do it with ultrasound, so we know exactly where the fat's going. So when we do BBLs, we do it with ultrasound guidance, so we know that the fat's superficial to the muscle, eliminating the danger of that fat embolism from the venous plexus of the buttocks.
I just don't understand how anybody would go to a doctor or have a plastic surgery procedure and not check out the doctor that's doing its credentials.
Or this is make sure it's a doctor. Just, someone a doctor or a real nurse, but to do it like in a backyard because you're trying to save $30 is stupid.
We'll do that along with, let me start breaking down the Bill Belichick deal.
Yes.
University of North Carolina now has supposedly banned his girlfriend from the football facility.
Yeah, no, I guess.
I guess is he throwing such a fit now where he's going to quit?
Well, no, now UNC's, I think, backpedaling because they said she might not be banned.
Well, they came out and said that she is not employed by North Carolina, so she wouldn't be able to be in those places to begin with, I think is kind of what they were saying. They were trying to spin it a little bit. But she was had her Miss Maine competition this weekend, and Bill Belichick was front row.
Did she get first place?
Nope, she got third. So she entered Miss Maine. I think this is the second or third time she's been in it.
She was second place last year. Now she's third, and I got to imagine that she's going to be taking that out on Bill Belichick.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
The racist shit. Oh man.
I'll get an answer to it.
It's just whatever.
Why at 8 o'clock it goes big?
Yeah.
Ringo Valentino, 83 months.
Yeah.
You okay?
You have an endo?
62, 61 months.
Hiccups, bit bad. I want to be like hiccup. Oh boy.
You want me to do something for you?
How am I gonna do radio?
Be great radio.
I should probably go home.
So let me look. Front page Willie. This dude here. Live stream TV, big box. Right? See it?
No, I screened it and then sent
Like
it to
what the
him.
fuck?
No, I'm gonna find out from what he says about that because I got.
They're like, Siraj, just tell us. We're never gonna have what the very first day what you gave us. We're never gonna get that back. That's obviously a setting that you're not giving us. That's available for others, but not us. Because the minute we get pushed to number 2 at 8 o'clock, the big box appears and we get chucked to the small one.
Well, that's what I'm going to ask him about. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to get an answer today from him because I have I have exactly what happened. I have the timeline.
It's 8 o'clock
this morning. Yeah, I have the timeline. I know I went big at 8, and I watched from 6 to 7. I had it up the whole time. I screen recorded at 6. I screen recorded at 7, and then I just screenshot it at 8.
So at 8 o'clock, this is when it starts.
Yeah. So now there's any questions, because on Friday I just had the small one, and going back. Now I have 3 different timelines. So I'm gonna be talking to him.
All right. I mean, whatever.
No, but I'll let you know what happens.
Can I come up for a second?
You can approach.
Yeah, man, approach. Oh. All that country shit that we bought 2 years ago or 3 years ago. All that stuff.
What's that?
Cowboys in St. Pete.
Oh, I never been there.
Country
Was it good?
club.
No.
Yeah, it was fun. Little pool.
You probably looked good as fun. Probably fit right there.
Yeah, perfect. It was perfect. Took me about 4 seconds to put it all together. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Drink them off and make your mind go.
Take my mind off it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Let's go.
You come here. I let you sit down.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you afterwards.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, let's talk afterwards. If we talk now, it's going to get about 55 minutes.
That's something you do, though. I like to.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, cool.
fewer side effects, and tightens the skin.
And you know, damn motherfuckers that do this shit, they should really throw the fucking book again.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now, back to the show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, you can always support the show by going to our merchandising division. Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Shop, BubbaArmyStore.com. Merch Crick is currently in the process of, I think she's reordering straw hats. I think she's getting low on those.
Those are a great deal, by the way.
They are so good for working outside.
Yes. I love my straw hat.
Oh, they completely save. And Dan will tell you, man, you know, the sun will kill you.
Oh, it's brutal. The three things are worse: sun, smoking, and alcohol.
Boom. And you've got to protect as much as you can. And our straw hats with the Bubba Army logo, for anybody that works outdoors, that big ass, that's what it's made for. Unless you want to roll around and look Amish. If you're trying to do an Amish look, it'll really work well. I think I had an Amish story last week, did I not? This guy right here, look.
Yes, that guy.
Our straw hats aren't quite.
They're not as cool as our beach straw hats. Kind of
like a scarecrow hat.
Our straw hats kick ass, and they got such a badass Bubba Army brim on them that they literally will keep your face. You won't get any sun on your face or the back of your neck, which is, two big problem areas. So I think she's reordering those. I think she's reordering backpacks. We sold out of backpacks. I think she's kind of doing a mild reorder on a bunch of stuff. So be looking for all the stuff that we sold out of to be appearing here soon. The shoe order is in. Nice. We should have them in 6 to 8 weeks. The Fat Man Dunk 3s.
That's so good.
And I haven't even begun because, May. Let me, what did we come up with? The fragrance was what, earlier this year?
Yes.
Yeah, so earlier in the year we come out with the fragrance, and then, May is the shoes, and then we just, we'll feather the pedal until we get ready for the shoes and the fragrance again next year.
You got some beach towels, stuff like that will work well.
I'm thinking about, there's one thing I was thinking about, I forget
the beach umbrella thing that Dan came up with?
Yeah, maybe that.
Telling you, man. Telling you.
I mean, that's
everyone's
summertime.
hiding from the sun. And you could be either an umbrella or one of those little sails that has 2 attachment points and it kind of flows.
Right.
It'd be beautiful. They're not expensive.
Are being credited with helping FDLE arrest investigators in Tampa are being credited with helping FDLE arrest a Jacksonville area woman who is accused of injecting people with mysterious facial filler. Let's get more on this now. Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joining us in our newsroom. So, Ariel, what can you tell us about this so-called back alley beautician?
Well, Chris,
here's the thing. Man, you really got to have some balls if you're not a doctor. You've not been to medical school. You've not done your residency. You've not had an established practice where you've stuck 10,000 people with various injections and collagen and breast augmentations and rhinoplasties and liposuctions and just all the things you do, Dan, on a daily basis to be a plastic surgeon, and the tens of thousands of and Dan even told me, Dr. Dan, obviously a co-host on the show on Mondays and Tuesdays, one of the most well-known plastic surgeons in all of Florida. Even Dan says he gets a little bit before that first incision. He gets a little nervous.
It's just like taking off in an airplane, man. You got to go through that checklist. You got to make sure everything's right. You got to make sure everything is set. And there's always a little moment of anxiety before you make that first cut.
Right. First cut is the deepest, Lummy. Who sung it?
Sheryl Crow.
There you
That's
go.
exactly what the FDLE investigators were calling her. They said this Ukrainian national is unlicensed, but she was injecting people.
Ukrainian national.
Uh-huh.
Would she get some Ukrainian training?
But with
See,
mystery.
that's the thing, though, because Florida, America doesn't really recognize a lot of other countries' medical training. So she may have been something in Ukraine,
like maybe a physician's assistant or
or a
something like
nurse
that,
or something like that,
Mail
or
order
maybe
filler.
just the
And
masseuse
Florida
for Zaleski.
Dermatologists I talked to said they've heard of cases like this before. Working with Homeland Security Investigations Tampa, FDLE Jacksonville released these pictures of a woman who investigators say was injecting people with mystery mail order facial filler. The FDLE didn't identify what kind of filler, but said the Ukrainian national was importing it. We asked experts not affiliated with this case to weigh in.
Could be a couple of different things. So people can individually order their own neurotoxins. They can order that online.
Hold on. Let's see. I want to know who this is.
From other countries.
Dr. Cynthia Howard?
Yag Howard?
They can also order fillers online from other countries in a sort of do-it-yourself fashion.
The Jacksonville area woman does.
Dan, we need to get a hold of our various media outlets and say, if you guys need a plastic surgeon expert,
right?
Dr. Dan Diaco's like Kevin.
I used to do it all the time. I don't know why I haven't done it in a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know. But this lady did no value to the story. She added zero value to the story.
Zero.
Have a medical license, but was administering these procedures in her apartment, the FDLE said. Dr. Cindy Yag Howard, who's affiliated with USF Health Morsani College of Medicine, said if you're looking to get filler.
Hold on. Who's affiliated? I want the most high volume, popular plastic surgeon to be my expert when I throw this story, and I need an opinion. I want a plastic surgeon that does this sort of stuff on the up and up as the person you go to, not some person that works at USF as a professor. Or how many procedures has she done?
I don't know, but I tell you what, she needs to stay out of the sun and stop drinking herself.
You should only go to licensed dermatologists.
You're getting product that has
That's
been
wrong.
purchased.
See, licensed dermatologists? No. Licensed dermatologists or plastic surgeons or any licensed physician that has the ability and the credentials and the privilege to inject your face.
Board certified.
Didn't even have to. A licensed physician.
I know you don't have to be board certified, but it's
better.
But it would be better.
Absolutely.
You'd be like, anybody who's looking for this sort of thing should probably go to a board certified plastic surgeon and or dermatologist.
You know what I heard this weekend? There's a couple in St. Petersburg. Yes, St. Petersburg law enforcement that is actually buying bulk tirzepatide, which is like Ozempic, and selling it to their friends on the cheap. They're not doctors. I think they're real estate people or something like that.
How are they buying it?
I don't know where they got it from, but they got the stash of it, and they're selling it to their buddies. And they're going to kill somebody doing that.
From the manufacturer.
It's disgusting.
So you know that it's going to be safe. It's not going to have any bacteria or other microbes in it that could cause problems.
Let's not. This story has a couple different tentacles to it. One, the dumb bitch that's doing it out of her apartment from where the hell she was from? Ukraine. That's one tentacle. But two, for those that are interested in these type of procedures, where to get them done.
And if you need anything, please call me, 888-8-DIACOS.
Yeah, 4-8-DIACOS. But the story, this is so wrongfully written the story isn't where you get the materials to do said procedure. The story is having the right credentialed person do said material.
Yes.
Not where the materials are coming from. Channel 13's got it all wrong. The story wasn't the material that the unlicensed person was getting.
Yeah, it could have been like Canadian Juvederm. Who cares?
The story is the unlicensed person.
Right.
Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I guarantee you that the FDLE isn't probably they probably don't have jurisdiction guidelines. They're not going to probably track down the place that sold it to her from wherever.
It could have been like I said, Canada. It could have been that easy.
Right, and we don't have any jurisdiction over that.
No.
The story isn't about some chick from Jacksonville that's working out of her apartment got illegal fillers from out of the country. The story is not that. The story is the bitch is just a regular bitch, and that's the story. So find a board-certified plastic surgeon to either be your expert or have your expert drive home the fact that don't worry about the quality of fillers, because if you go to the right person, they're going to have the right fillers. Correct?
Yeah, and don't go to the Motel 6 to get your plastic surgery.
Right.
Because complications can happen. So these procedures should only be done in a professional office where emergencies...
Looks like Botox there. That looks like Botox, Dan.
Supplies are available.
And again, it's not a story about Botox, it's a story about filler.
Right.
It's
so
a horrible
incredibly
story.
complicated.
So their B-roll is showing Botox.
Mm-hmm.
The story's about filler, but the real story is about the person administering the filler.
Yes.
So, like, Channel 13, like, shame on you for getting lost down a rabbit hole and putting together a real crappy story.
Located beneath what you see on the skin. So if you don't know what you're doing, you can cause some serious side effects.
So again, let's have the story be about having people that know what they're doing administer said stuff. Idiot.
That's right.
Including blindness, stroke, permanent disability of your muscles to move.
Our media partners at Action News Jacksonville identified the arrested woman as Olena Malashevich.
Guilty.
And the 43-year-old is now charged with practicing or attempting to practice medicine without a valid medical license. And Chris, just a good message to get out so people, take good care and caution.
Certainly.
No, not take good. No, you idiots. Channel 13's message isn't take good care and watch yourself. Channel 13's message should be do your due diligence on the person that you're picking to work on you. Make sure that they're accredited. Make sure that they're licensed. Make sure that they're board certified. There's plastic surgeons that can practice in Florida but aren't board certified. Board certified's an extra step you must go through. It's an extra level of prestigiousness. There are some doctors, many plastic surgeons that aren't board certified. Start with that. See if your guy or girl is board certified, and then unwind it from there.
Well, Bubba,
the Channel 13 is not stay safe and watch yourself,
Bubba,
idiot.
Showing up at a lady's apartment, I think, should be flag number one.
Well, yeah, yes.
That's where she was doing it at, outside of her apartment.
So it's just like, whatever. It's like Channel 13 should say, do your due diligence on the doctor or the person that you're picking to shoot up your face full of filler. And if that person doesn't have their credentials, run. Because there's enough people that do have credentials, whether it's in Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, Miami, wherever. I'm sure even Ocala. Dan, probably almost every metropolitan has a person that's qualified to do something like this that is board certified as a real doctor.
Yes.
Bill Belichick's girlfriend, she didn't get lucky this time. Well, I'm sorry. Shouldn't be any luck involved. She was it third place, Lemmy?
Looks like, yeah.
Last year she got second place. in the Miss Maine competition. This chick.
I think about this really often.
Hold on here. This chick really is full of herself.
Is this the girl?
Yes.
This is the girlfriend?
And I guess this is her, the question. And Seth and I were actually kind of making fun of the fact that why do beauty pageants still have the Q&A?
I mean, they should replace it with a twerk session. I mean, there's something. Yeah, I mean, could you be an OnlyFans model if things went awry? Let's improv.
Yeah,
but I don't
know that anybody that's ever won a competition, a girl, a 300-pounder who absolutely didn't win the nightgown competition. Seth didn't win the bikini competition, but she nailed the Q&A.
Oh, the Save the World contest.
Yeah,
they were 10 for 10.
Yeah.
But this is some of the best clips we get every year. Is what they say, the stupid things. Remember, and the one girl,
such as U.S. Americans, such as Obama, and such as don't have the adequate. Yeah. But by the way, cute. The girl, she was from South Carolina. Cute as hell.
Right.
Hot as absolute hell, but dumber than a box of rocks. But that's usually how it works out, ain't it?
It was Miss Teen South Carolina. I'm not sure where her age range was, but she could have been cute. She could have been hot.
She was 19, 18, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mario Lopez was taking her on.
I think about this really often because there's a mass exodus of fishermen that's occurring in the rural areas of Maine, and I don't want to see more fishermen displaced. As your next Miss Maine USA, I would make it a point to go into the communities, to go to the legislature, to go into the government and advocate for these people so that they don't have to think about these memories as a past moment. Thank you.
Go Tar Heels.
So runner-up in Maine?
I sent you.
I don't know what.
I sent you the first place person looked like.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
I don't know what the question was. Was it, are we sad that we're losing the fishing industry out of Maine?
What would you do with your platform as Miss Maine?
Oh, is that what it was?
Sounded like.
Is this the girl that won?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, she should have.
She is prettier.
Way prettier.
I'd like to hear her answer.
And she's not,
You think Belichick's hitting that today?
Oh.
Is that her name?
No, Bangor is the city she's from.
Her name's Shelby Howell. Shelby Howell.
She's from Bangor,
Maine.
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh, that's so stupid.
What, this right here?
Dressed like a bow.
A big bow. I hate that.
That's stupid.
Without the bow, though, would that be beautiful?
How about that? How about walking out of there? Oh, hold on. Sir, talking. Hi. My name is
Foundation. I started this nonprofit because I believe every parent deserves a chance to build.
I'm gonna hear it again.
I'm the founder of the Single Parent Housing Foundation. I started this nonprofit because I believe every parent deserves a chance to build a safe and stable home no matter their circumstances. In Maine, thousands of single parents are doing everything they can to keep a roof over their children's heads, but the odds are stacked against them. Over half of low-income renters live in unsafe housing. More than 1 in 5 families are led by single parents, many living near or below the poverty line.
Okay, whatever. Great. Bill Belichick in attendance as girlfriend Jordon Hudson finishes third in the Miss Maine USA pageant. Is it fast forwarded to the high spot, or do we know?
Play out like it did. Do you think there's any change within North Carolina with her role with Bill?
The fascinating thing about Belichick is that he has this inner circle, people who have insulated him as best they can from all of these concerns, right? And so I'm going to say, spoiler alert, answer to your question is no. And the reason is because he is a football creature with a bunch of, frankly...
I got to think that North Carolina might be worried about losing Bill. And, if Bill wants... Because the reports, Lummy, is that the university. By the way, we've already gone through the winter, so I don't need that. The story is that the university has asked her to not attend the football facilities. Is that what we're getting? That they have kind of banned?
That's what Pablo Torre right here, that's what he reported. UNC released a statement either later that day or Saturday saying that She's always welcome, but she is not an official employee of the University of North Carolina. So they were trying to say it's not that she's banned, it's just that she doesn't officially work there in a capacity to be in certain places.
Right. Yeah, she can't just walk around everywhere.
So, I mean, I don't know if the gray area might be maybe she really was banned and this is how they're trying to smooth it out. Well, but there's no way North Carolina ever thought that Bill Belichick would be a distraction.
Would be such a pee-whipped dude that let some 24 or 25-year-old completely be the booker. Like 100% lock, stock, and barrel. She runs the show.
I think you also may have to make a distinction between a professional organization and a college organization, because in a professional organization, they're autonomous. And so if Coach Gruden's wife or Dungy's wife or Todd Bowles' wife wanted to go anywhere at one Buccaneer place, she'd be welcome.
Yes.
And so that wouldn't be the same if he was a coach at, University of Tampa, because colleges have different security and it's a different level of security. So maybe she does need some sort of, ceremonious title so she does have access.
Bill Belichick's girlfriend?
Yeah, but it would be shameful for him not to be able to have her with him. Just like I'm sure all the other college coaches have their significant others with them.
All he's got to do is say, here's the thing. They're not giving her a press pass. They're not giving her unbridled authority.
She'll go anywhere she wants.
Right.
He's got to say,
okay,
but now you can.
He's gonna tell the dude that works the gate at the practice facility, if my girlfriend ever comes rolling through here, let her through.
Yep. She's a guest.
A couple of breaking news updates since what has happened publicly since we last gathered. Number one, okay? Two sources at the University of North Carolina tell me that there has been a decision, it was made last week, by the higher-ups inside the athletic department that had hired Bill Belichick to be the highest-paid public employee, not just coach, in the state of North Carolina at $10 million a year. And that decision was that Jordon Hudson...
By the way, Lummy, did you know that I think Deion's on the $10 million? I think he's at $10 million now.
Is he?
I think so.
Is he right there?
Is no longer allowed in the football building.
Okay.
She is not allowed on the football field.
Mm-hmm.
Quote. See, I don't believe that for a minute.
Not for a second, dude.
Not for a second.
This is just clickbait. These guys are talking just to hear their own voices.
Pablo Torre said he talked to 11 different people at the University of North Carolina about this story. So,
Were they students?
What's that?
Were they students?
No, the people that were in Bill Belichick's circle. And I mean, you have to admit there had to be something there for North Carolina to come out again
and then backtrack
and have a statement about it, like they had to have a statement about the CBS interview.
I think you'll be hearing much from Jordon moving forward.
Wow.
Dang, not in the
flippant.
building?
That's a little flippant. I feel like that is what is done with a distraction, and a team is within its rights to do that when it comes to external distraction.
Yes, you're right, but not when you're dealing with the level of talent like a Nick Saban, a Bill Belichick, some of these a Dabo Sweeney, some of these huge franchises within the college world that are virtually untouchable. You may have protocol for, various other coaches, but there's some whales, Deion's one of them, that, the university is not going to stop their significant other from being right, this very picture, being right there on the sidelines, right by Bill, full access, wherever she wants to go.
Now, do we think, maybe we know, I don't know if we know, do we think this is like the athletic director at UNC being like, this is a problem? Or do you think it's Bill going to the athletic director and being like, I would really love it if you said this was a problem?
Of like...
I don't know. I mean,
that's funny.
I can see Bill... I don't know, man.
He's got no hand. Is that what we're supposed to believe? Is he can't say it? He has to go to the athletic department and whisper to them, could you tell her no, please?
That's just going to piss her off more, though. I mean, if he wants any ass for a couple weeks.
He said you can't come.
Yeah,
I would love to have you there.
Oh my God.
You're my cheerleader.
Because if she's the booking bitch that I think she is, she says, well, then you march your ass in that athletic director's office and you tell them.
Yes.
You tell them that I'm going to come and go as I please. And you know what? I need a golf cart, too. This is a big-ass campus, and I can't just walk around these white boot stilettos, hurt my feet.
I'm getting a cramp.
Who's got tarrier heels than you?
You're my cheerleader.
You gotta be there, babe. But
they
Donnie's
are saying,
on my back.
Bubba Cunningham.
New
Is
job.
that his name? Bubba Cunningham?
Bubba, you know the way.
Bubba Cunningham
Oh,
is the
look at
athletic
that.
director.
Yeah.
You know how
Bubba's-
Bubba can be.
Listen, Bubba's, he's tough.
I think
He
Bubba's
rides
jealous. Honestly, I wouldn't say it to him, but I think Bubba's jealous.
me. Yeah.
That's my Bill Belichick impression.
That's really good.
That's
Enough of all that nonsense.
What has happened publicly since we last gathered? Number one.
Here's various reports from the Miss Maine deal of her getting beat.
They also said that Bill Belichick's family's very concerned about him.
They should be.
Yeah.
Now that's a shoot.
Really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
That was the
Bill's
second. That was the second part of his report.
Bill Belichick's family needs an intervention.
They think that she's going to ruin his legacy.
A New England Patriots legend is vying for a different title at the Miss Maine USA pageant.
Man, I will tell you this, though. She is a distraction. You don't see any other major college program going through this type of significant other distraction, right? I mean, like...
Or publicity. She's like the Merkel of college football.
Yes, she's the Meghan Markle. Yes,
Or was
Dan.
it Jessica Simpson too? Or,
What a beautiful analogy.
Romo?
She's the Meghan Markle, whatever the hell, of the royal family.
It's happening this weekend. We're talking about Jordon Hudson and Bill Belichick. NBC 10's Mary Marcos is live in Portland, Maine for us right now for the show. And Mary, it sounds like Bill's doing a lot more cheering than coaching tonight.
Definitely. I mean, see, so now
everyone's so glib about this. It's
story
it's jealousy. It's all jealousy.
But the story has become her.
Yeah, it's all jealousy, though.
The story isn't about how good UNC's spring practice has gone.
Dude, everything was cool with Bill. Everybody thought he was a pimp and all that stuff until the CBS interview happened. And then that completely made it look like he is not running the show.
She showed her ass.
Right.
She showed her ass.
Joe Biden did the same thing last week with Joe Biden, and no one even cared.
It's a big difference.
So he's the president. Yeah, he's not just a coach of.
He's
UNC.
nothing anymore.
Former president.
I mean, UNC is. I mean, they're dead. I mean, they're paying him 10. He's one of the highest paid coaches in entire college football, right out of the hole. In order to get a guy that's this much of a legend, you have to pay him that. And so, but
he's arguably the greatest coach of all time.
Arguably, you're right.
Yep.
No other coach will win 8 Super Bowls. Nobody. I'm just telling you. There'll never be another coach. Just it'll never happen.
There'll never be another Belichick-Brady combination. Because it took 2 of them.
But do you notice how nobody's having a conversation about how UNC's spring practice went? Nobody's having a conversation about how their Bill's first recruiting class is gone. Nobody's having a conversation about
the portal.
Who they picked up in the portal. Nobody's having a conversation about any type of NIL money they've got, how much more NIL exposure and attention they've gotten because of Bill Belichick now as the coach. No, I haven't seen one report about that. All I see is her gobbling up the headlines.
Darren, and we will be keeping our eyes peeled to see.
If I'm the number one quarterback, or I'm one of the top 5 players on UNC, I'm like, this bitch is eating up my ink. I'm not getting no ink. I'm not getting no nothing because my coach is in Maine watching his gold-digging bitch-ass girlfriend run. And by the way, she finished 2nd last year, and she finished 3rd this year. And my coach is more worried about that than me.
See if he came to cheer her on in person because she has some tough competition.
Including she was fighting a trans.
But do you think Maine has the same amount of competition as a state like California?
Contestant.
If you can't even win Maine, man.
This will be judged in
So, Bubba,
3
do you
distinct.
think Pope Leo's pissed off about her taking his ink?
No, Pope Leo got way more things to worry about right now.
Categories.
So hold on. Interview, swimsuit, evening gown. That's how it goes.
Interview, swimsuit, and evening gown. Those with the highest scores move on as semifinalists. Of the 17 women competing, 2 vying for the crown
17?
are already getting a lot
That's
of
it?
attention.
Hold on.
She got 3rd out of 17.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The trans
That's
got
like
in
a
the top
bad.
10.
That's a bad sprint, huh?
Trans got in the
Jordon
top
Hudson
10.
from Hancock was the runner-up in last year's competition. She's hoping to take home the crown this time around. Meanwhile, Monson's Isabel St. Cyr is making history as the first transgender woman to compete for the coveted title. She posted on Instagram that she's excited to show off a Marilyn Monroe-inspired look.
Yeah, that skirt blows up. What did you see?
Now the competition kicks off at 7 o'clock tonight, followed by the finals tomorrow. We will bring it all to you. Live in Portland, Maine, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boss.
That feels a little excessive as far as covering it. But
I mean,
So
that
she
was
beat 13 girls and a guy.
And that was, and Seth, that was more.
Congratulations.
That was more like, oh my God, they're coming.
Yeah, that was TMZ stuff.
Yeah. You know, it's like. It's like, oh my God, they're on the way here, and I don't know.
Those
man.
were 2 really terrible news pieces.
Yeah.
This could crash and burn fast, though, man. If Bill Belichick isn't the same Bill that he was with,
if he goes 4-8,
if he goes 4-8, and every weekend, after the game, he's taking his babe out on a date, hitting the town. I don't know, man.
or they're showing pictures of practice, and she's over there holding a clipboard.
No, I really don't. I really think.
I'm just saying. Hey, we never. Wait, she's out there. Yeah.
She's drawing up plays.
Yeah. She's calling in audibles.
Yeah, but don't a lot of pro coaches struggle when they go to college and vice versa? It's not an easy transition.
No.
Right?
Yes,
Am I right?
you're correct.
Statistically, like if you look at all the coaches that went pro and then coached in the college, statistically he has less than a 50% chance of being a successful coach.
But it's
correct?
also the other way around too.
John Kostika, $100.
John Kostika. Love him. Thank you. It's also college coaches have a hard time making the pro. So it's just
a different
like,
game.
You gotta.
But they also couldn't pick. They also would have to walk into a situation where it was somebody else's players for 3 or 4 years. Now they get to walk in and they get to handpick their players. Guys want to come to Bill Belichick because of all the Super Bowls he's won. So
it's a different playing field for them.
I think it's a smidge easier. I just don't see anybody like Bill Belichick. I don't see him having a hard time. Maybe the way he communicates with his athletes might be a little different, but I feel like he's going to be coaching the same way.
But I mean, I'm just saying, out of all the college coaches that are out there right now, how many of them are their significant others grabbing more headlines than their starting quarterback?
Only Urban Meyer when he was cheating on his wife.
Than their starting quarterback. Then their NIL program, their Porter program, and their starting quarterback.
We know more about Dion than a starting quarterback.
True.
Right now
we do. Because I don't even know who his starting quarterback is.
Exactly. If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Bubba, what you were saying was right about coaching, though, because I think when college coaches go into the pros, they have a difficult time transitioning, talking to men who are millionaires versus college kids.
Right. But
although now you're dealing with millionaire college kids.
Exactly. So that's what I'm getting ready to say. But now
that's what I'm saying. They're not going to put up with Bill. If Belichick's a curmudgeon with the kids, I don't know if he's going to put up much. How long he's going to deal with it?
Bubba, it's okay if I go because I got.
See you later.
To say. All right, thanks.
See you, Dan.
You guys have a good one.
You too, man. It's still raining out there, Jay?
It's pouring.
Yeah.
It's gross. Morning, Thomas Gilson.
I didn't know the Everglades was like all dried up though, so I guess it's.
What's up, everybody?
I guess it's good.
Johnny Z. Fradley. What's up, everybody? Morning to Rumble as well.
What up, Kostika?
What's up, Magnum DU?
All right, BRB.
What's up, FJ Bar 75? Jay Bowler. Xerxes. What up? What's up, Paul Rogers? Is anybody over in the chat world over there on Rumble? Magnum DUI, what up? $5. Jay's thoughts on Karen Reed retrial. I watched a little bit of it. I know there's some weird timeline stuff going on, and she got off once before, so I hate when they retry somebody. They already got off on a hung jury once. Versace red is what my dad used to wear. Macarena, 305. What's up, tap 10 times? Seth Jenkins, I'm good, how are you? Ain't the whiskey. I guarantee you my wife knows that, Xerxes. What's up, Pippi Short Stroker? Oh, okay. See you over there. Snizuki Slayer, what's up? Highway 73. Are you in Florida or New Jersey? What up, Pitbull? All good here, Pippi Short Stroker.
Damn, most motherfuckers forgot to act.
Dirt merchant.
Forgot how to act in the rain.
How you doing, buddy?
I know. Shit, man. It really has been a while. Everybody's freaking out.
Did they enjoy it? That's awesome.
What's up, Jay Bowler?
Right back at you, buddy. It's a good blend. It's got good juice, Nick. They have the chief investigator on the stand today on that trial, so it'll be interesting to see how he does.
Do we want to do these presents from Gooch, Bubba?
Yeah, we'll do them. Really big
It's no big deal. I didn't know if you were going to do them on the after show.
He handled the
We'll do them on this
investigation. Great.
What's up, Mo Sorino?
Yeah, the Rockies are pretty bad. Real brutal.
I don't know if you knew that, Erwin, that the chief investigator got fired from the way he handled the investigation.
Let me now, look at this. I'm getting this on the front page. So if you go like that, that's us. But if you go to home, watch this.
You got it, Chris.
Bad gateway.
I know, Danny. It's crazy. I still need new windshield wipers, though. One of my windshield wipers has one of the rubber things coming off of it.
If you're talking about the rain, Danny G, it's pretty heavy. It might as well be snow. It's brutal.
But every day we would get it, and now it's like, oh shit, we're gonna get wet.
Let's get right.
I think Rumble just went down, Lummy.
Oh God, the weather took Rumble out. Oh boy.
What?
Did it? I'm still on.
No, I think their front page albums.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay, aren't you? By the way, Jay Diaco slides up where Dan was. Now we'll get a more sensible, less shot out of a cannon approach. Aren't you? Well, I feel bad for Lummy. I feel most bad for Lummy.
Oh no,
because you haven't even really started the educational trail yet of your child with regards to public and/or private school. I think Walker starts kindergarten at 5?
Yeah.
So
yes.
Walker is what, pre-K now?
Yeah, preschool. Whatever it is at 3.
Yeah, well, he's as big as an 8th grader, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's the biggest in his class.
So you got a while before you enter into the educational system, whether you choose private and/or public.
Well, I'm
school.
scared, so I'm thinking I'm going to go private.
And then Seth, your journey has just begun too. Realistically,
He's in the middle of it.
Sammy's in what, 4th grade?
Second
grade.
Oh, okay. You are at the beginning.
Oh, he's just started.
But 4th grade, 5th grade, you're in the middle of it. It's no longer the beginnings.
Yeah.
Of it.
So, but you're almost you're about over. I feel for you, Jay, because because there's a bunch of really different. I'm not saying wrong. I'm not saying weird. I'm not saying effed up. I'm just saying way different. There's a bunch of way different stuff coming on how we educate our kids.
Yes.
And I think that it's probably even gotten way different from when we went to school. Just on what they're doing now, right, Jay? Like how they do math now is completely different than how we did it.
I can't do it, and my wife did it with Trey until probably 7th, 8th grade, a little bit in 9th grade. But once you get into 9th grade, they got to really fiend for themselves. And so it's funny. Ashley's already thinking about high school, and Lummy and Ashley were asking Trey about Jesuit because their child is more likely to go to Jesuit.
Let me better win Powerball and get 2 more jobs.
They better start making donations too.
Yeah, guys, they do financial aid.
Yeah, see,
1/3 of the student population at Jesuit are on financial aid.
Walker better do well in
if he's good at sports, we have this program where we have a needs-based system where if we need a good quarterback and they happen to need money, we give it to them.
He better be that badass left tackle. that strong side tackle.
Yes. Otherwise, he's going to some.
Yeah. Otherwise, he's going to jobber
some
you.
public school.
There's some ways to feed in that he and I've talked about with Ashley, and I mean it's his concern is correct. Would you rather your kid go to a public school or a private school if you can afford it or if you can get on financial aid? I mean, private schools, at least in Tampa, in my experience, have been much better. Although middle school is way more Wild West than I ever imagined. Jesuits in the box. It's mathematics, science, social studies.
Yeah, it's also $40,000 a year.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. Berkeley is Jesuits. I think 20, and it sucks, but it's half as much. But listen, there's a lot of underprivileged kids there that go there for nothing. Zero. That's why my kid pays for. That's why my kid pays full price.
Jay, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm white.
Yeah, but you're also a giant. When you are a giant white guy, you have a better chance of getting in.
So anyway, listen, this is something that Jay, that I don't know, you're not going to certainly. You only got a few more years left on that sentence, don't you?
Trey graduates on May 28th.
I know.
From Jesuit. Goes to Florida State.
And then how about Sage? What does she got left?
She'll be in 8th grade next year, so I have 5 more years and I'm done.
Yeah, you got some time left.
I do. High school is really crucial time, but once they're 15, 16, they're checked out. They've already got their own personalities.
Academics.
So listen to this. This is
a new school that's coming to Tampa. Academics. A new school that's coming to Tampa this fall is driven by artificial intelligence. K through 8th graders will still attend a full school day, just like other students. But how they spend their time in the class will be unlike a traditional school. Fox 13's Ariel Plessis.
So for the parents here, I'm out. I don't got a kid. I don't even have a kid anymore, let alone one that went to high school. So
you used to help him with homework, right?
Yeah, but I got to the point where after I think I was with Candle. After 9th, I was pretty much I don't know this.
I was thinking, who's smarter than a 5th grader? That television show. I tapped out about 5th grade.
Sensia explains.
In this model, it's not about being smart. It's about getting the level and.
So our kids now roll around with laptop computers and headphones.
Pacing of material that works for each student.
And to accomplish that goal, the new Alpha School coming to Tampa this fall will use artificial intelligence.
And so as a result, our students are able to learn twice as.
Hold on. I haven't seen one book yet.
Fast in only a couple of hours a day compared to students that are in a traditional classroom.
You know what I say to this? Where is the study that shows this?
Well, hold on.
You have no study, you have no literature, you have no data upon which to say that statement that this students are going to learn twice as fast in 2 hours a day? Really?
This AI-driven school. For the first 2 hours of the school day, students at Alpha School use computers and AI to learn traditional subjects, but at their own pace.
And the AI tutor is able to recognize, hey, this student is struggling a little bit with fractions because we need to go back and review the multiplication table.
The teacher should know that.
And so they're able to do that. Meanwhile, another student who, again, is maybe advanced and can go very quickly, the AI tutor realizes, okay, this student can go at a much faster pace.
So there are no teachers delivering traditional lectures.
How about the Bubba Clem that never gets it? I'm just saying. Okay, little Johnny got it in 15 reps.
It's a good point, actually.
Seth got it in 10 reps. Lummy got it in 36 reps. How about Bubba Clem, who still doesn't get it?
You get into AI timeout.
AI short bus. Here you go.
They just tell you stories in the corner.
There's no conventional teachers that teach the listen.
Instead, Price says there are no teachers delivering traditional lectures.
When my kid was this
Instead-
age, the teacher knew my kid inside and out. There was only 12 kids in the class, and they knew which kid was good with colors and which kid was good with fractions and which kid was good with span. They knew everything about everyone, and I knew the moment I would do a parent-teacher meeting, if they describe my son the way when he walks into a room, he's got this smile. Okay, you're paying attention. And so you know if you have a good teacher, and if you don't, you pay attention to what's happening at home. Schooling, it's a team sport. It takes parenting, and it takes good teaching. This is scary, Bubba. This is very, very scary.
I know.
Price says educators serve as motivators, guiding students as they go through individualized curriculum that's tailored to them.
Let's say we're trying to learn a new concept. It might take me 15 reps of this concept before I finally understand that. And it might only take 5 reps. And so there's no reason that you should have to sit through, a standard.
I couldn't get it. So he's holding the whole class down. So they probably send me to the couldn't get it division. Right, Lummy?
You go to the special class.
And don't laugh, Lummy, because you're walking down there with me.
Well, you and I are going together.
Seth's making fun of us.
Yep.
Because he's already on the,
And Jay's in, 12th grade by
Yeah,
then.
exactly. Jace graduated at 14. Dan graduated at 9.
Yeah.
Steven's with us.
And would that be any better? No, that would be horrible.
Or 10 reps when it only takes you 5.
Steven's with us, but he's cut a deal with the assistant principal to get him back where he needs to be.
Exactly.
In the afternoon, students attend workshops aimed at teaching them life skills. Price acknowledges that some might not agree with this educational model.
There are parents out there who just fundamentally believe.
Hold on. I'm telling you right now. One, Jay, you coming from a family whose mother was a lifelong teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Seth, you coming from a family whose mom just most recently retired as a lifelong teacher. The old school, hands-on. I know each individual student's, pluses and minuses. I know how to handle. I got to handle this kid one way. I got to handle this kid another way. This kid needs help on math. This kid needs help on reading. This kid's a really, really good, history guy. But like, it seems like they're taking the human teacher hands-on element out of education, and I think that's exactly what education needs to be at its fullest, is a human being that is molding our young kids into something, and a human being that knows what each kid needs. Like Elise and Arlene would be like, okay, Johnny needed X, Sally needs Y, and Bubba needs X and Y.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't need to worry about Sally on reading, but I got to worry about Sally on math. I don't have to worry about Jacob on, history, but I got to worry about Jacob on whatever.
But there's that.
But
what
that
you're saying is
computer-
also the interpersonal communication. Anyone who's accomplished anything academically had a couple of teachers in their life that touched them.
Yeah.
And that made them want to do something that they didn't
Not
know they
touches
could do.
like the way,
They had someone to
Pope
say to them,
touches.
"Did you know you could do this?" That's what happened to me. I had no idea I was going to be a trial lawyer. I walked onto the campus of Stetson day one, and someone walked up to me and said, "You're going to be on Stetson trial team." And I don't even know who that person was or why they said it. And it was something that turned out to be a forecast of my future. And so I had a professor there, Colonel Eliezer, who saw something in me. And I went into trial team as a blank canvas because this person who had been doing this for decades saw something in me. And I thought, what an opportunity for me to
Let me walk into ninth grade and somebody said, "You're so lucky that you're good in football because you wouldn't make it otherwise."
Oh, you'd be in 7th grade still. They pushed me
Let's
right
hold you
after
back
that.
a year.
You better keep growing, kid, or you're out of here.
Or you're done.
Teacher standing in front of a classroom teaching a group of students.
But she says Alpha School has allowed some kids to complete full grades in less than 80 days.
And that's the beauty of
Hold
personal.
on. Nick Diaco would have been graduated in the 7th grade. Right?
And would the world be any better with Nick graduating high school at 7th grade? No.
No.
As learning, which finally artificial.
He'd be book smart, but socially retarded.
He'd be a 7-year-old that still believes in the tooth fairy.
Intelligence allows us to do.
In Tampa, Ariel Placencia, Fox 13 News.
I want to go through the room and get everybody's opinion on it. I hate it. I think that's stupid. Seth, what your opinion on that?
I don't have any issue with it.
Just where a teacher's not really instructing, more traffic copying, and and AI. Then I guess what AI determines the quickness of how you roll through your curriculum.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm sending my daughter there at all, but I don't have any issue if that's a route that some people want to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem if this is an elective.
I think schools kind of are archaic the way that it's currently set up right now. So if they had to mix it up a little bit, I wouldn't have any issue with it.
Yeah. I don't know.
You got to go 8 hours a day, then you got to come home and do homework and everything like that. I mean, teach me something in 2 hours every day.
Yeah, and
or
then what's your kid
homeschool.
going to do the rest of the day?
Or homeschool, right?
That's right. That is true. They're doing
Trump.
small groups.
You know, they're coming up with all these new ways to try to teach kids, and the best way to teach them was the old school way with a classroom and a teacher, and that's when we had the best academic results ever. It's like in the early 1900s, 1920s, kids knew everything. Kids in 8th grade know nothing of what the kids knew in 8th grade back in the early 1900s. It's a joke. AI is not going to cure it. You need a teacher that can teach kids, that's going to pay attention if they're doing their homework, with parents at home
Give
paying
each
attention.
kid a Rubik's
period.
Cube and a phone with a dial on it. See if they can figure
We
it
had
out.
no video game. There was no internet. Now all the kids have all the answers that they could possibly desire are right there
Tyler
on the
So you
internet.
can't answer a question when you say, hey, well, what do you think of this? Hold on, let me look it up.
That's what my son did.
Then that's
my
ridiculous.
My son in his last year, because he graduated in the COVID deal, so he literally, I didn't want him to do homeschooling. But do you remember that year and a half where didn't matter if
everyone was online.
Everybody was online, and so I'd go watch him and secretly watch him, and he would just go and he would be Googling every question, every one of them. I was like, man,
Better than flipping through an encyclopedia.
You know, when I was a kid,
that was annoying.
You know what? You are right. That was annoying.
But that was like what we do with Google now. Because when I was a kid, we would eat dinner. My mom would take the phone off the hook so no one could interrupt us, and we would have conversation. And when there was an issue that came up that we didn't know, she would have us go run over to the Britannica Encyclopedia, and we'd find the answer. And so I guess to the extent Google does that now, because when I sit at the table with my kids and I do that, and my kid's like, why do you have to Google everything? And I said, because that's my Britannica Encyclopedia right now. But there's still an element of trying to teach your kid the analytical thought process, because that's where kids are not as able as they used to be, which is just analytical thinking about, like, how about decision making? I see a bunch of kids that don't know how to make a proper decision because no one's ever taught them how to analyze something. And so they just go make all these impulsive decisions.
Is that
because
school or is that life? Or
That's life.
It's both.
Life. Let's talk about Trump's new plane.
Looks badass.
It
is
is.
badass.
Some people are saying it's
He's
not.
doing homeschooling on that plane now.
I would too.
President Trump preparing for a major foreign trip, leaving tomorrow.
Now, my question is, you can give him a plane, and you can give him a plane that's, in size, the size of his of what our current, Air Force One.
Who was this? Was it Cutter?
Yeah, Cutter. But
and they're friendly, aren't they?
I don't think. Here's the thing: you can give them a plane that's comparable in size and performance and things like that. But there's so many. They don't make a stock plane that has all of the things that the Air Force One has, including bulletproof sides, and they have air deflection missiles. I don't know if the plane that Cutter is giving him can be equipped. I think you have to go to special military places and stuff like that to have them equip the presidential plane with all they
might work on it. They might be I mean, I saw that he was supposed to use it as Air Force One. I don't know if I read that incorrectly.
Yeah, no, he's supposed to, and then when he's done, it goes to his presidential library.
Yeah,
but
so they're probably going to be working on it while he's using the current Air Force One.
But that means you would have to. Okay, then we have to take possession of it and then take it to the place that does all of our, all
of our presidential upgrades to the plane.
Yeah. I mean, for real, because I don't think that you can let the people that manufacture that plane that Qatar's buying it from, unless it's a Boeing or whatever manufacturer that does Trump's, I don't think you can
It
let
is a
them.
Boeing.
Okay.
It's a Boeing 747-8.
Do they just order, hey, listen, we want to buy, just put the presidential package on it?
And it looks like, they put the presidential package.
Oh, okay.
They already had it on there?
No.
They're getting it.
Oh, I was going to say Qatar, man. That was really thoughtful group.
And thank you to Qatar. Right?
Well, we didn't get anything.
I think it's the biggest gift that any president's ever received, and they're checking the legalities of it now.
You hope they didn't put a gremlin in it. I would be a little wary of getting a plane from a foreign sort of.
Well, they're going to go through it.
Please, I'm Phil Lipoff.
No, I agree.
Qatar is where Hamas sent their leader during negotiations. I'm a Trumpster. I love Trump. I love it. And I think this should be okay in the long run. But Qatar does not have clean hands.
Jay, they're giving the order to Boeing, and Boeing's building it.
No, I understand that.
So Qatar it's not going to touch the plane.
I know that part's kind of a joke, but the other part is just look at who Qatar is.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Hamas was just hiding out there, Bubba, after October 7th.
But Jay, that's a Trump. That comes down to a Trump thing, right? If he's going to accept a plane from
he's already said
a nation that's kind of a little sketchy.
I think it has to go through. I think ultimately it has to be approved by Congress and the Defense Department. I think.
Here's the deal, man, and it's never going to be on Qatar soil. It's going to come from Boeing. Qatar's just paying for it.
Stocks in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE over the next several days, and notably no plans to visit Israel. The trade war, ongoing attacks in the Middle East, and peace talks in the Russia-Ukraine war are expected to dominate much of that discussion. And while in Qatar, sources tell ABC News, President Trump is expected to accept what's likely the most expensive gift a foreign government has ever given to a U.S. president, a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet the president plans to use as the new Air Force One. Aviation experts say the plane is worth an estimated $400 million before the U.S. Air Force makes modifications that the president will need. Let's get right to ABC News senior White House correspondent.
So they're saying we're going to take it, and then we got to take it right to our Air Force for them to put on the
bells and whistles.
The presidential bells and whistles.
It looks like, so according to this article in USA Today, is that Boeing has obviously planes out there, and they're ordering one from them, and then Boeing will send the plane to where they need to get all the upgrades and things
National
like that.
Security and Defense Analyst Mick Mulroy. Selena, I want to begin with you. What are
it's looking like Trump gets to keep it too.
In Trump's top priorities.
But I would think that if Trump gets to keep it and it goes right to the presidential library, but he still wants to fly it around, do they have to take all the presidential Iggy's off of it when he's no longer president?
Outside of the jet with this trip to the Middle East, and does this luxury plane from Qatar raise any red flags in Washington?
Yeah, well, first of all, the fact that the president is choosing Saudi Arabia as the first major foreign trip of his second term just signifies this growing political and economic relationship between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia under the Trump administration. You'll remember that Saudi Arabia was also where President Trump had chosen to take his first foreign trip in his first term, and he's once again breaking tradition by skipping over America's closest neighbors. Now, this does come as the Gulf has played a critical role in mediating conflicts
because Saudi Arabia has the most money
around the world,
he wants to finish the
war in
Abraham
Ukraine,
Accords.
with Saudi Arabia serving as a venue for separate U.S. talks with both Russia and Ukraine. This also comes as the Trump administration is trying to make progress when it comes to the humanitarian crisis and the war in Gaza. Now, when it comes to that luxury plane, it certainly raises questions about whether or not it's legal for the Trump administration and ultimately the Trump Presidential Library Foundation to accept such a valuable gift from a foreign in power, but sources are telling us that both the White House and
it looks like it's in West Palm Beach now. That's what it says, February 2025.
Department,
or this just happens to be
one
stock
line. Footage
of justice.
This article I'm reading is like they're trying to like make sure that people understand it's not like some used plane from Qatar that's gonna just be sent over. That's what everyone
Prince's plane. You get the Prince's old plane.
Exactly.
Come with any conditions. It's not conditioned on any official act. They're considering that this does not constitute bribery.
Mick, what's most at stake as President Trump meets with these leaders?
So, Phil, of course. Well, what's most at stake is Donald want to make sure that it's completely trimmed out in gold on the inside, and that there's no platinum or silver or anything like that.
There is a lot of economic aspects.
Donald Trump doesn't do stainless steel or brushed aluminum. He only does pure gold, so the deal's going to completely fall through.
Thanks to this, particularly investments in the United States when it comes to these countries. But it's also important to point out that a lot of our military assets in the region are housed and hosted by these countries. Including our forward command center for Central Command and our major air operations, major maritime operations are all in this region. Some
there you go.
Which
how would you like to live like that?
Are hosted by the countries.
That guy's really good at. I want that guy to move me.
Look at the pack on that one truck.
I know. So it is important for us to show our appreciation for that because it gives us the ability to project force to this region that's really unparalleled among any other countries.
And Selena, these trade talks between the U.S. and China are underway, as you know, in Switzerland. I know you've been digging into this. Any progress towards lowering tariffs yet?
Yeah, well, we're on day 2 now of these talks in Switzerland, and it's unclear exactly where these discussions stand, but we're getting positive signs from the White House. So you have President Trump posting on Truth Social that great progress is being made, adding that it was a, quote, total reset. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told reporters.
No, they reduced it by 115%, or so it's down to 30 and 15. It's an enormous change, and there's the markets are going ballistic this morning.
Yeah.
So they actually, it was more than just a de-escalation. They made some major improvements.
So you're saying right now?
I'm saying right now the market's going to go crazy because China and Scott Bessent got into the room this weekend and they came up with a massive reduction in the amount of taxes. Ours went from 145% to I think 10%.
Oh my God, the place is going to go crazy.
Yeah, the market was up 1,000 a second ago.
I was going to say the market was pre-market up like 900 points.
Quote, substantial progress has been made and that a briefing will be held tomorrow.
It's funny, all weekend they were talking about how England, we didn't really have a deal and nothing's going to happen. It's all symbolic. Why can't the media just root for success? We're going through the transition time that the president said that we were going to expect. It may be shorter than we expected. The market is almost back to where it was at its high. It's only 3,500 points off, 4,000 points off. But gas is down 30 cents a gallon. Interest rates are down. Groceries are down. Bread and butter
groceries
stuff
ain't
is
down.
down.
I was at Publix on Saturday.
They are actually.
Spent
Eggs are down.
$500.
Jay doesn't go to the grocery store.
Come on, yes, I do.
Jay doesn't go to the grocery store.
I was there.
Ship.com. No.
Exactly.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Page, see it?
Yeah.
Big page.
I don't know, man. These guys look pretty rugged and American. I don't think we're doing enough. I don't think we're playing the part right.
Well, they do have deals with other people. They gotta. That's what I was explaining. They got deals with other people. They gotta be on the front page too with their sponsors.
I know. But when we're on it.
Well, that's why I know. That's what I'm gonna get to the bottom of that, Bubba.
I said Cutter. I said Cutter.
You were right on that, Bubba.
You 5,100 people on Rumble. This is hot mic time. We just hang out and talk to each other during commercial breaks.
I'm opening up this gift I got.
We're doing it next.
How you doing with this?
Live next, so don't do it.
You want me to do my box too?
Yeah, me, you, and Seth will open up our shit next.
All right, because this is for everyone. Oh, shoot.
You're
Dan
right
was
about that
supposed
pretty
to be
short
here for
stroker,
this.
but still things are coming down slowly. I'll tell you
Well,
what.
Lummy, we're just going to have to take
Down a
his.
little here.
Yeah.
Just going to take a
Not like he'll be back tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Look at that. Gas prices down. Oh. But Brian doesn't know shit, Brattle. You should know that by now if you've been listening long enough. He toes the corporate line. He has to just do the narrative of whatever's popular on the Democratic Party with a big D.
Whoa.
It's true. 90% of the time, if he was arguing about whether babies got decapitated on October 7th, he argues about the stupidest shit sometimes. And I love
Who?
Brian.
Trony?
But he says some of this. He says sometimes he just toes the argument. Yeah, someone was just talking about. According to Brian, gas is going up, and I just said yeah because he didn't know shit.
Well, Brian was explaining, I don't get it, but Brian was explaining that because gas is lower, that there's less of a demand for it, which isn't necessarily a good thing.
What we care about is the price at the pump, and we care about whether the barrels are down. Barrels are down per barrel, and the price at the pump is down 30 cents in the last year. That's a big deal. People, the little things that everyone pays attention to are what matters. No one gives a shit about the stock market because 60% of America is not in the stock market. We hear about how all Trump cares about is like the billionaires, and yet he's like watching the stock market just flail. And it's slowly but surely coming back. Except Glenn Longnecker, Bradle. I've known Brian my whole career, and I love him to death. And he and I have had these debates our whole life. No, that's not true, Bubba Nation. I voted for Charlie Crist. I voted for lots of Democrats in my lifetime. I'm a candidate person. Trump is not really a true Republican. That's the truth. If you know his history, he's really not Republican. He's kind of Republican light.
Matthew Hawk, $200.
Which is why he's got so much of Middle America.
Make sure we come back with that, Lummy.
We'll do.
The Reagan Republicans are
Wait,
on-
Matt Hoxie?
Matthew Hawk.
What happened to Hoxie?
I don't know.
This is Matthew Hawk, though.
We know that, Lummy, but we're asking.
I know. I was just praising him a little bit more.
Praising.
Because he was.
Erwin Fletcher, what
That's
up?
2 days and two shows in a row. He's come out with a couple $100.
Oh, nice.
You know, Bubba Nation, I try to know both sides. If you ask me right now what the Democrats are arguing, I could tell you. And I could probably argue it in a way where you think I believed it. You're not going to get me this time, Ruby Lips. I have a nice glass on my office desk to remind me.
How do you get there, Michael McGinnis?
If I listen long enough to you. Sorry. That was out of character. Knowing that you lied, straight face while I cry.
Sing it.
Still I look to find a reason to believe. Did you guys know Michael Bolton had like brain cancer?
Did he?
Really?
Well, that's right. Like 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, I just saw an article about it the other day. I think he's doing okay.
I hope so. I like him.
I don't remember hearing about it. He's just one of the greatest songbirds of our generation.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Over there on YouTube, appreciate y'all. Gonna hit 1,000 thumbs up. I'm almost positive. Got 34 minutes to get it done. We're at 9:28 now. So if you could just give us a little thumb and we'd appreciate it. Thank you. White House says it has a deal with China while the Chinese are calling it consensus. They're saying that they're having productive meetings. They're in Switzerland, correct?
Yes, they are in
In
Switzerland.
a media briefing after the second day of talks.
Matthew Hawk, $200.
Oh, you know what? I was also, let's not get down we were supposed to open up our packages from the one Jeff Patterson, better known as Gooch.
I just have a Daniel Rose one.
Oh, you got a Daniel Rose one? Now,
Yeah.
Now, hold on. Seth, I think yours and I's are from Gooch.
Yeah.
And then, Lummy, yours is from Daniel Rose.
Yes, he made sure he included everyone, I believe, in the packs.
All right, well,
So I'll pass out the gifts when I open them.
I got and I kind of knew it was coming because he sent Merge Crick one too. This is a shirt that I'll be wearing. It's Tony's first NHRA win. You know he won the whole thing.
Yeah.
What they call a Wally. It's his first Wally of being in the 2025 Vegas 4-Wide Nationals, April 13th, 2025. Tony's first win. I'll be wearing that probably tomorrow. Seth Kushner, what did you? Oh, hold on. And did I get? Okay. And I got a little card. If you'd like to prop up her store. Oh, TonyStewartStore.com. TonyStewartStore.com. Let me. That's Tony's merchandise. TonyStewartStore.com. So go if you want some Tony Stewart stuff from all facets of his racing. So be it. Go and check out my friend's store. Seth Kushner, what'd you get from the great Gooch?
I got this shirt right here. Oh, this is my first official racing shirt.
Oh, you got a racing shirt too?
Is this the one you got, Bubba?
Let me see.
Here, this right here. The white one, 25 years of Tony Stewart.
No.
All right, that's what I got. And
a trading card?
Nope. Dude, he sent me the White Sox pullover that Tony Stewart
No
was wearing.
way.
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, nice.
Now, how cool was that? How cool was that?
That was really cool, man.
That's pretty cool, man.
I'd love to know how the conversation went when Gooch asked for this.
I know Gooch and I know Tony. Can I tell you how it went?
Yes, please.
Tony got done from doing media day, went to the bus, took it off, threw it into a pile. Okay?
Yeah.
And Gooch went and said, Tony, what? How many more times are you going to wear that Sox thing? Probably never. Can I have it? Because I have a good friend who's a Sox fan. Sure. Take it.
No, that's kick-ass, man.
And we even speculated it when we were on the radio. When we were on the air and we were watching it, like, Seth was like, man, look at that pullover. And that might be, Seth, you should maybe go to that might be a players only or an employees only. It could be something, something like that.
Oh, it's super soft. I'd imagine it costs well over $100. So it's nice. Probably not something
man,
to give
is
it away.
that cool or what?
Yeah, I mean you've got some incredible listeners, man.
Yeah,
They're very thoughtful.
That is so cool. So Tony did media day when the NHRA was going to Chicago, and he did all of the Chicago media, TV, radio. And then the White Sox had Tony come out. They kind of gave him remember he did, Seth, he did an interview from the dugout. He did the first pitch.
Yeah, they were like, what's it been like being a White Sox fan your whole life? And he's like,
I was kind of a Cub fan.
Kind of a Cardinals, Cubs guy growing up. But
and then Seth, we were actually saying, man, look at that. That little quarter zip that he's got on, and Seth was like, man, that is badass.
Well, Bubba, when we used to have, Rays players and Buccaneers players come to the Lightning when I worked there, and they were doing an interview, like Kevin Kiermaier, they would make a jersey for Kevin Kiermaier every time, and he would leave it. Like, after he would wear it for the interview, he would just leave it in the production room because he already had 4 or 5 of them.
Right.
So then people would go, well, do we keep this or do we give it back to him? Like, what do we do? So
that's kind of mysterious. That's kind of cool.
Well, I just think a lot of times these people already have, they don't need other things that they're not ever going to use again.
Right. So who would snatch it up usually?
I tried to get. There was a girl, Carly, that worked there, and I wanted her to have it. Like, I put it on her desk because she felt very guilty taking it. So I'm not sure if they ended up giving it to him or just keeping it around the Amalie Arena. But I wanted her to have it because she was such a big fan.
I'm getting a hold of Gooch today and say, Gooch, how did the How did the cobbing of Tony's quarter zip work? Did you just go up and take it off the floor? Did you ask him? Yeah,
this is crazy, man.
Isn't that cool?
I mean, this got the John Morant coin last week autographed. It's just there's always something coming through.
Lummy, what'd you get?
I got I haven't opened out because you guys got the Daniel Rose one, so I was gonna.
Lummy, did you feel left out?
No, I got Daniel Rose.
Well, open up the Daniel Rose
you got
one
one too. It's next to you, and then
is it all the
Seth has
same?
one too.
Oh, we got. Oh, okay.
Oh, he sent me Randy Johnson and a.
Our listeners
Jr.
are the
card.
best. Daniel Rose is the best.
89.
Gooch is the best. Oh.
Sweet. Thank
I
you,
don't know
Daniel.
if Seth got the same thing that I got, but when Seth finds out what I got, he's gonna flip out.
What the hell?
What'd you get, Seth?
I
Did you get a
got.
ring?
Is this?
What'd you get?
Is that an 85 Super Bowl ring?
It says is this Walter Payton Super Bowl ring?
No.
There's no way.
Let me see. No,
it says Payton on it. It says Payton on it, and I got this Luis Robert rookie card.
This is a.
Why are you saying no?
I'm telling you what it is. I'm going to tell you what it is. It is a salesman's. It is a salesman's version of
replica.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They did that with the Stanley Cup rings. So
yes, the real.
that's dope, man.
The real one would be a little bit bigger, but they give all salesmen or people that work for the Bears and not such like this.
I know what you're saying, like the like the marketing team. And,
Yes.
yeah.
So that's what that would be. Still.
Oh, that's cool.
Can I show?
You got one from Bart Starr?
No, I got something that you might really, really want.
I doubt it.
Okay, I'm not going to show it to. I mean.
Okay, keep it a surprise then, cowboy.
You don't have to be so cocky to say I doubt it when I have determined that I think you would be excited.
Is it Dorsey Levin's jockstrap from 1993?
No.
No, it's got to be a pair thing.
Nope.
No?
Let me show it to you, and you be honest.
Oh, wow, it's a card.
Hold on, you be honest.
Jim Miller's jockstrap.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Come on, say you're sorry.
What'd you get?
I almost cussed. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, man.
He did almost cuss.
Is that worth it? I mean, is that?
Yeah, that's nice. Daniel Rose, he's been sending me
I want
pictures.
you to look at it so you can look at what it is. Like if it's a signature. I don't know what.
Yeah, it must be good. He almost dropped the shiz on the
almost,
Niz
yeah,
with
you
that.
almost dropped. You said, "Oh shit."
He said, "Oh shit."
Yeah, this is a Kalen Clark's rookie card.
Really?
From Select. Yeah.
For real? Wow.
Yeah.
What's that thing worth?
Man, it depends. It's probably worth like $20 right now. But
Potential?
It'll be worth a lot more down the road.
Right. What if I got autographed?
Probably priceless. I mean, Gary Cantrell just sold one of her autographs for $6,000.
What? No wonder he can work here.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
We were so selfish.
No, and I told him back in the day, $1 that I was never allowed to buy because that project was too expensive growing up.
I bet you I can
So
get
he
this
got me
signed.
89
Hey,
completed
I got a
signed.
connection. Hey, I got a connection at a person that works at the arena there. I bet you I get this signed.
Gotta connect. I mean, you should. Wow, those are nice, dude. Those are in good condition.
I know.
Yeah, but should I take it out of the plastic sleeving?
No, you should leave it in there.
Well, she can't sign this plastic part.
She can't, but they'll take it out for her.
Oh,
you don't want to send her just a card just like that. What are you looking at?
Your little ring.
Oh, yeah, my little ring.
Man, look at the convention, the Super Bowl rings from. Well, Bubba, yours is what? Your Packers.
I got a Packer. No,
94?
I got a Packer Super Bowl I, and their job. I mean, our Bubba Army rings are better.
Well, just like this 85 one.
It's job. They jobbed him out back then.
You still got more than one diamond. 1985.
What about my buddy Luis Robert?
Oh, that came in too?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
I know.
Oh, graded too.
Yeah, 10.
Nice.
This was my dude. He was the number one prospect in baseball for a few years. Now he's batting below 200. Things change fast, Lummy.
Listen, as long as you're not a Rockies fan.
I don't know. I
got fired.
I don't know why anybody. I mean, no disrespect, but no, I don't know. Nobody. The Rockies have not been good for a very long time.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying.
I know
what
this
do
is
they
historic.
got? They got 10 wins right now?
They're at a worse pace than the White Sox were by like 5 or 6 games last year. I don't know what
Hey, good since Matt Holliday played for him.
Gooch said the way I walked through it is exactly how the conversation went.
Damn, that's awesome. Thank you, Gooch.
That's pretty rad.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Rose, too.
Thank you.
Daniel Rose is always picking up
Is he
stuff,
doing
man.
a little 500 too, Bubba Stewart?
No, but you know who is doing a little fucking 500 and has a full-blown fucking badass Bubba Army on his top wing? Kurt motherfucking Morgan, bitch. Gene got Kurt to put on the entire top fucking wing the 5x5.
I know they're winning everything.
Oh, I know.
He's the man.
So I'm just telling you, Kurt and is like my buddy now, and he Kurt listens to the show every day.
I know.
Every fucking day, and so they're headed there. They're headed there now.
Well, you know, they had an average driver for a while, and they got
They got Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton. It's Davey Hamilton.
Yeah, Davey Hamilton's kid.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah.
He kills it.
Oh, Rubio, I didn't know you like the Rockies. Sorry.
I guess Gene Lasker drove up with Kirk to go drop his boat off in Ocala at Salt Springs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just a couple days ago. So they've grown up together. They've known each other forever.
Well, I heard Kurt only turns the show off, when Jay comes on.
I guess Bubba will be there. He's friends with Davey Sr.
Nice.
Especially if it has a chevron on it, buddy! Exclamation point. Kirk says I need to get him shirts and hats. Yeah, get some new ones with chevrons on there.
Right.
He loves it. He really, the thing is, he just has the best equipment. So, like, I have a garage up there, and he has his garage that used to be full of, like, tractors and shit.
Yep.
And now it's full of engines and chassis and wings. It's rad. He's got the
Fun for him,
raddest
right?
setup ever.
It's fun for him, right?
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah.
He loves it. He drives the
Great
truck
journeys.
himself, and, he'll drive 1,200 miles in 3 days, He just loves it. Bubba, you should see what his equipment looks like in the garage up in...
Oh, I've seen it before.
Have you seen it? You've been in the shop?
Oh yeah, he's got
Kurt's one. My garage is right next door.
No, it'd been years ago.
Okay.
I don't know if he's got the same shop or.
But he's got engines laying around, 800. He's like, this is 800 horsepower.
Trust me,
700 horsepower.
he's probably in local racing here the biggest slinging dick in all of Tampa.
He said he's got the nicest equipment in the nation when he goes to a track.
Well, he's got as good as.
Yes, you can only get whatever you get.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Thank you to Daniel Rose. Much love to Suffering in Silence. Jeff Goochman Patterson. Love him. Great gifts. And he texted me and said, Seth, the conversation that I went through is exactly how it went. Tony, what are you going to do with that socks thing? What do you mean? The one that you wore for the socks gimmick today that's on the ground beside the washing machine. Nothing? Can I have it for Bubba's guy? Yep. Take it.
That's really cool, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can ever wear this now.
What do you mean?
Don't wash it. Well, Smoke wore it.
It was worn by. You know what? Should I?
I'm gonna just frame it at this point.
Should I get Tony to sign it?
Yeah, let's send it back.
Yeah. Gooch. Yeah, Gooch will come unglued. He's like, God dang, I got the damn thing for you.
So it's fine unsigned.
So anyway, Jay, listen, so Kurt Morgan, he listens to Lasker turned him on to the show about a year. He listens to the show every day. And obviously you know Kurt Morgan very well.
Yeah.
And Gene got Kurt. Now I think Kurt was going to do it anyway, but the most prestige. So let me just give everybody a little bit of backfill here. Kurt Morgan is a guy who owns Morgan Exteriors. He is Candle's stepfather, more like her dad. Candle's mother married Kurt Morgan, and Candle being Jay's wife.
Mm-hmm.
So Kurt Morgan basically raised Candle. Kurt Morgan is just first of all, he's got a ton of money. But he is just a regular dude. He's kind of like a little, you know what he is, Gene? I'm sorry, Jay. He's a polished Lasker.
Well, they grew up together, and I always say this to him, that he and I have a very similar quality, and that's we're both getter-dones. And I mean that in the best way possible. He is one of those guys that will get it done no matter what the task is.
And he's a man's man, and he's just the salt of the earth. He's just for years his reputation around here, he's always been in the local racing community and regional racing community, and they traveled a little bit. And it's the TBRA, Tampa Bay Sprint Car Association, and it's asphalt sprint cars, not dirt. Asphalt sprint cars. And for years, for like 15 years, his reputation was he has absolutely the best stuff money can buy. If it's carbon fiber or it's titanium, he's just got the trickiest stuff. But he always had this driver, and he remained loyal to this dude.
Mm-hmm.
And it was out of friendship and loyalty. Guy's name was Robert something, but he was
Joey. No,
but he was a shorter dude, and Kurt was always a second or a third place car with first place equipment.
And he would put it in the wall some. He'd wreck it some.
Or he'd fight guys in the pits.
Yep.
And it would be, here it is, it's Morgan Exteriors all over the car.
Yep.
And the guy, and again, Kurt probably should have gotten rid of the guy 5 years earlier than he did, but out of loyalty, he just stuck with this guy. But the rap, like Sport Allen and all these other drivers, Taylor Andrews and all these owners and things like that, the rap on Kurt was he's got first place equipment, but a second or third place driver that has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder that ends up making an ass out of himself. And all too many nights, Kurt had to pull his rig all the way home, knowing they should have won, but his driver, for whatever reason, did X, Y, or Z. Well, about 3 years ago, Kurt finally said, I had enough. And he went up and hired this kid. He's Davey Hamilton's son. And the kid is an unbelievable shoe. Was winning everything in Indiana, then got into a little bit of trouble like kids do. Not big trouble, but kid trouble. And I lost his ride in Indiana and was looking for a ride. And Kurt gobbled him up. And if there's a guy that can straighten somebody out, man's man kind of why, mentor kind of why, it's Kurt. Kurt's got that effect on people. He's very much a dude's dude, doesn't put up with nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Let me fish on the J25. Who was the 200 guy? Did we get that
Matthew Hawk, yeah.
So
wait, that's his rig? He has it on his Facebook. I'm looking at it.
Dude, it's unbelievable.
But I sent it to you with the video.
It's
he got
absolutely
it 2 years ago.
unbelievable.
Hold on.
This is a sprint car guy, right?
Oh
yes,
yeah. Hold on.
You won't even believe it.
Not only that,
he showed it to me last weekend.
Oh yeah,
again.
Hold on here. Let me see here. Oh yeah.
That's what he keeps at the house, Bubba.
Oh, I know. And that's his shop in the back. Full concrete. So anyway, listen.
Wow.
So listen. So anyway, let me go to Kurt Morgan Racing.
Jeez.
Look at that thing.
There's his sprint car.
Now it's all carbon fiber. It looks like an older one.
So Kurt hires this kid from Indiana. Is he
Davey Hamilton Jr.?
Davey Hamilton Jr. Now his dad was this very accomplished
IndyCar racer. Yeah, he's an Indiana guy, right?
And this Davey Hamilton Jr. needed a chance. Kurt took him underneath his wing, and it's been a whole nother ballgame.
They've never looked back. He's been number one since.
They don't roll in there, first place equipment, third place driver. They roll in there, first place equipment. Hopefully it's good enough for this badass driver. This driver, they've won so much. Kurt's done such a good job with this kid.
His garage mine's 40 feet to his. It's an 80-foot wide garage, and it's got trophies from one side to the other. Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah,
that's the other half of my garage up in Lutz.
All local racers know Kurt Morgan. They all know that this guy. Hold on, now, you guys understand? This is his primary car. This is his backup. He has two backups.
Look at the engines behind it, though.
But now on a normal sprint car guy like this, how many cars do they normally have for a backup?
Maybe one.
Maybe one.
One.
And then look at the wings hanging above it.
So I think Lasker said.
Look at the trophy.
Okay, so hold on.
See the wings up there, Bubba?
So So
look at the trophies too.
I think Lasker said that Kurt might now the most prestigious race in all of asphalt sprints. They call it the Little Indy. I'm sorry, it's called the Little 500, and it's ran the Saturday before the Indianapolis 500, which it's ran on Sunday. Indianapolis 500 ran on Sunday. The Little 500 is in Anderson, Indiana, and it's this little bull ring of an asphalt track, and they put 33 cars on there, 3 wide, and it's 500 laps. And supposedly, if I'm not mistaken, we're either on the side wing somewhere or maybe on the big part. But Kurt Morgan has a bubble.
I think you're on that.
I
think you're there.
You think I'm on the side?
Yeah, I think you are.
I thought maybe we're either going to be.
Is it on the front one or the up one?
I don't know if we're on the belly. This is called the belly of the wing, or we're on the side. Doesn't matter where we are.
I see. That's the belly.
We are so humbled and so thankful for Kurt. He listens to the show every day. He owns Morgan Exteriors, which is just straight killing it. And this is, God, what a beautiful car.
Isn't it awesome?
What a beautiful car.
And Davey Hamilton Jr. is so narrow. I'm a narrow little guy. I can't even fit in his seat.
Oh, he's
narrow.
He's littler than you.
Yes. Oh, he's tiny and he's tall. So, he must weigh 125, 130 wet.
So I'm just telling you, I am so happy for Kurt. Him and Gene are best buddies. I'm thinking maybe we might be here.
Could be.
Maybe we're there. I don't know, Kurt. And these are probably 360 cubic inches, but they run 410s.
Am I wrong when he was telling me 700 horsepower? Does that sound right? 800 horsepower?
Then that's a 360. Yeah. 700 horsepower for a 360, 1,000 horsepower for a 410.
He's got that too. That was the other one he was showing me.
Yeah, because they'd have to run. They run 410s at the Little 500.
So he's running that then. It's the 1,000 horsepower engine she was showing me.
So good. They're probably headed up in probably next weekend. Thank you, Kurt. No matter where we're on the wing, can you please make sure you get pictures? And
I'm saying if we get to put on a shirt for you, let's get a shirt with a logo, a Chevron logo on there.
That'd be badass.
Semi-autograph.
Would you let him use one?
Semi-autograph.
He said he changed the Freightliner, a windshield for him.
Yeah, semi-autoglass Travis. I guess the hauler of Kurt's hauler had a cracked glass, and semi-autoglass glass Travis changed it out for him.
Nice, keep it in.
Now, Jay, what stops all 50 states from doing the same thing that Texas just did? Google reaches $1.4 billion settlement with Texas over claims of tracking and collecting private data.
Well,
Google and Texas have reached a $1.4 billion settlement. How does that stop, like Indiana and Wisconsin and Florida?
Well, it doesn't, and I'm actually been tapped by somebody to investigate this for the state of Florida, because what it is, it's really distressing. And so there are apps that we use that track us, and they're being sold to insurance companies who then use it in their risk management and deciding whether or not we become uninsured, what our premiums will be, whether we'll be rejected with our premiums. And so it's things like OnStar or Porsche Connect or whatever. When you buy a new car these days, they grab your phone and they're like, oh, let me put you in the system. Well, it automatically begins tracking you. And dealers are giving salespeople, at least this was alleged in Texas, incentives to do that so that they could begin tracking the people's driving habits. It was doing things like whether you're texting, how fast you were going, what your driving habits were, where you were,
and then using that against you while you would negotiate perhaps insurance rates.
Exactly, without you knowing.
Really?
It. Yes, and it's apps like Life 360 and all of these applications, and I was blown away. And I've known forever, so I'm investigating this right now about doing this not only on behalf of the state of Florida, but as a class action, because what I understand is that what happened in Texas is happening in every state with every insurance carrier. And so people are unknowingly giving them access to their private information so it could be used against them.
And then again, they know your driving habits, and then they adjust your rate accordingly.
Exactly.
That's about as big brother as it gets, isn't it?
It is, and it's having a racially disparate effect on people because they'll track something like who's driving late night. Well, a lot of black and brown and poor people have late night jobs, and so they may drive from 11 to 7. And so that's all of a sudden being held against those people, and then they're being rejected insurance policies because not because of what their actual risk should be, the assessment.
Or how many times they've been in a wreck or their driving record.
Because they're tracking
Because they're tracking what you don't think that they are tracking.
There are a lot of details to sort through. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Rogers, a business and technology lawyer and partner with the firm Michael Best, is here to sort it all out. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, so this suit, let's talk about it. It's over the collection of biometric data in Texas.
And Jay, is that the type of data that you just spoke of?
Mm-hmm.
Let's start right there. Can you explain what biometric data is?
Yes, biometric data is the equivalent of basically prints. So if you think of a voice print, a print of your facial geometry, any type of retina or iris scan, fingerprints, that would be the nature of biometric data.
That's even worse, Bubba.
Yeah, and this is a big deal because on the one side there are some...
So they'll be selling that?
So that's like when you give your iPhone facial recognition.
Right.
And I'm not saying that Apple's doing this, but that's what they're saying is they're giving facial recognition, fingerprints. Remember before there was facial recognition, you could put your fingerprint on it?
Right.
So that is craziness.
Individual privacy concerns at play here. And then on the other, this data is extremely valuable in the marketplace. And at times, those are two very different but competing issues.
It is a balance for sure. And one way, it's not illegal to collect or process the data. What's illegal is if the company doesn't provide notice that the data is going to be collected and doesn't give the consumer the opportunity to consent or refuse that collection.
Right, and so to what degree...
All right, so I have time for all that. Sounds like, Jay, you might have a even more interesting...
More pervasive.
Yeah, way more pervasive. Did anybody, this last story before we go, did anybody see this?
Yeah.
These two little kids have a loaded .45.
What?
It's in New Mexico.
Is that his right hand?
Yeah.
Yep.
And they got like their dad or some adult's gun. Somehow they stumbled upon a gun. And this is disturbing. And secondly, the next story should be them hauling their parents away as to who owns the gun and didn't secure the gun. That should be the next story.
That's right.
Go ahead and put it down for me, okay?
You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that and come talk to us, all right?
If there's a magazine inside the magazine well,
Put it down, baby.
they're playing with the gun back and forth. The one in the blue is trying to take it from the one in the orange.
Put it down, baby.
Just drop it, buddy.
Put it down, babe. You're okay. Put it down,
And
okay?
now the kid in the blue and green has a firearm.
Need you to put it. All right, then Eugene, can you put it down for
Oh
me?
my God, this is so disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the deal: like, this is a real gun. This is a real gun, and they're being real reckless with it.
Have it, Sean. Can you just toss it to the side, babe? Let's make this easy.
I feel like we could...
Put the gun down now. Are you kidding me?
I want to try to do a warning.
Put it down.
What
What's the kid gonna do?
See, now the
I'm
kid.
bum rushing my kid. Put the gun down.
You got to shoot the kids, right?
Yeah, I mean they
Just
do-
in the foot.
I mean, you got to take them both down at this point.
No, that's so scary.
Okay?
They're freaking out. The cops are freaking out.
Put it down, baby.
40 going out.
You're gonna get shot, son.
These damn Pop-Tarts are making kids crazy.
Red dye 40.
It's the red dyes and the yellow
Red dye
dyes.
40 and the Pop-Tart.
Oh, man.
Too much
God.
sugar.
This is it, man.
Whoa! See, now what they did
What
there.
did they do?
They shot him with a less lethal rubber
Beanbag,
bolt.
the beanbag
with
one.
The, with the
Where'd he
beanbag.
hit him?
On the arm, but right here.
Drop it.
Oh, I think they might have missed him.
No, they missed it. They hit between them.
And the kid comes up like, shoot him.
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it, son. Load another one. Load another one. Drop it now.
Is this their parents or just the cops?
It's cops.
This is the cops. Now he hands it to the guy in the back. Now.
Drop it. You dropped the gun. Taser.
Are they going to tase them?
Well, they're
Yes! Better than shooting them.
But they finally did what Jay said, and they bum rush him.
I bum rushed my own kid.
And like these poor cops, like, okay, we know they're kids, so we can't shoot them. But what if they shoot us or shoot each other? Like we've got like.
Can you mace these little pricks?
Yeah,
or is that,
you can do anything. I mean, the only thing that they don't, they've already shot him with a beanbag. The only thing they don't want to do is have to shoot them with anything that can kill them.
What are the chances that either one of these two will be a participating member of society?
None.
Absolutely not.
They're already like conspiring to conceal weapons at 4.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable.
There you go.
Drop it now. Drop it, both of you.
I don't even have the gun. I don't have the gun.
And by the way, full magazine.
They should have just done that first.
Who just threw that kid? Come on. That's right. See, now the parents should have done that 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I would have done like the Goodfellas. Shoot me, Karen. Shoot me. Shoot me. And then I'd say, come on, shoot me, Trey. Come on. That's no way.
No,
that's insane.
It's because
and the
they
parents should go
don't
to jail for a long
have
time.
Good parents. This all stems from parenting.
Maybe the cops said, or maybe their parents said, when you're in a standoff with the cops, never give up your gun.
Yeah. And maybe you were just told. Lummy, you and I for a quickie today.
Sounds like you're good.
Maybe
Sounds
30,
good.
35.
Yeah.
I'm going to go sit in my chair.
All right, let's get a quickie in.
Fantastic. Seth, get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Jay, I'll walk you.
Yes, sir.
See you guys tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.